Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning, Darlene. Okay, so I was almost late for my own live, but I was awake because I was on Rhonda's live. Whoops. But here we are. Uh, and Merry Christmas, everybody. Hope everyone is having an interesting morning. If you have kids, that's always fun. Chaotic and hectic, but fun. I miss the Christmases with my kids when they were little. I miss it. Okay, there we go. Merry Christmas again, Darlene. Cat, you are so pushing your luck. The dog wants nothing to do with you, and you are harassing her. The cat is not all that smart. Merry Christmas, Susie. I slept for about an hour and a half, hour 45 minutes. Morning, Carol. And the cat and the dog started arguing about space, and I got munched on. My cat went to kind of mouth the dog, and I ended up with teeth touching me, so I ended up waking up. It didn't break skin or anything. It wasn't even really hard enough to hurt. It just startled me. So, hi again, Byra. Merry Christmas. So yeah, if the cat had left the dog alone and hadn't kept trying to steal her space, then I probably would have slept until my alarm. So I would have gotten like 3 hours of sleep. But no such luck. Yep, yep, yep. I will have to take a momentary sabbatical from my own life to put the dog out in a little bit. Right now, she's just busy arguing with the cat, so she's distracted. And you never know, I might pass out of sleep. Who knows? And I never know what my system's going to do. But if I do, the chat will be open for everybody, so it's all good. But for right now, we're still conscious. Thank you, Dana. Happy holidays to you too. Yeah, darling, I understand that. Holidays used to be hectic for me. There was a lot of stuff to do. Hey, Patrick. Good morning again. Merry Christmas, Kathy. But today I have absolutely nothing to do except hang out with all you wackadoodles. Which is cool. And my son actually did message me first and wished me Merry Christmas today, so that was nice. That was it, just Merry Christmas. No Merry Christmas, I love you, or any of that. Just Merry Christmas. But it was more than normal, so that's all right. Hi, Ali. Uh, okay, Susie. You've already video chatted with the kids. That's cool. Yeah, my son will be going to my mom's today, so it's a good thing, spend time with his grandmother. Now the question is whether or not she'll give him the fifth degree about looking for a job and turn him into a grumpy asshole for the day, or whether she'll leave it and aw, I'm my badass. I'm sorry, honey. I love you. Because it can go either way with my mom. She knows better, but she'll probably do it anyway because she can't help herself. And he'll get grumpy and grumbly and yeah. Hey, Ronnie G. Sleep sweet, Ronnie G. Have sweet dreams. Merry Christmas. Papa Ron, you all look so familiar. Haven't I seen you somewhere already today? Yeah, I haven't had my breakdown. I will probably have it at some point, but especially being overtired. Oh, Hannes, I'm sorry you're sick. Lee, why are you flipping off Patrick? Oy, yeah, I know I will. Oh no. Oh, Darlene, I hope he's gets through it all right. Some people don't have a problem, and some people have more of a problem. And like my mom's house was all the stages of it. My grandson never got it. My granddaughter had like a sore throat for like 2 days and she was fine. My daughter had like a cold symptoms for like 4 days, 4 or 5 days, and my mom got nailed with it for 16 days and was down and out and still hasn't recovered completely. No temperature. Oh, that's good. So maybe he'll be asymptomatic and just have to go through the quarantine. Yep. That's a good thing though. Morning, Joyce. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays to you. Sweet dreams, Papa Smurf Ron. Yeah, my mom still doesn't have her taste back completely yet. Speaking of which, because she's going to have a gajillion people at her house today, I'm going to mute myself for a minute. So talk amongst yourselves because I want to give her a quick call before she gets started on doing everything she needs to do at the house. So I will be right back. Well, alrighty then. By the way, Kathy, I didn't hear my phone go up earlier. I just saw your text, and I understand. I agree. Uh, and yeah, Amy, I hope she doesn't show up at my house because I'm naked. Just saying. She don't want to see that. Boo. See, y'all don't know because all you see is a bear. So now y'all be going, oh my God. Yeah, so my son showed up at my mom's house at about 8 o'clock last night. Slept over, so he'd be there for opening of the presents in the morning and all that. And so now I know why he messaged me first. Because my mom mentioned it. Because she already, I had told her not to ask him anything about messaging me or coming over here. And she goes, well, he said he wouldn't be able to come over because they don't have the gas and da da da. And I'm like, so she mentioned it to him after I told her not to, and that's why he messaged me. I'm like, oh shit, I should probably wish my mom had Merry Christmas, So yeah, that's why. But he still did it first anyway. He didn't have to, He could have blown it off. But yeah, apparently there's his friend Hector can't give him a ride because he doesn't have the gas. Okay. He wasn't going to come over anyway. There's no reason for him to, except to uh, using the gas to come all the way over here because they live across town. So using the gas to come all the way over here just to say Merry Christmas is kind of pointless. So I didn't figure he would. You're waiting for burned pancakes? Why would you wait for burned pancakes? Yeah. Have a cool Yule. Yule log. Yep. Which has lost its true meaning throughout the seasons, but that's okay. And my mom is still insisting that she wants to come over today. So, and again, I told her if she got too tired out from doing everything with cooking and all that, not to worry about it. And she's like, well, I really want to come over today. Yeah, which means she's going to show up today, risking her own health. But my mom is stubborn. Stubborn woman. Yes, yes, she is. Yeah, they just finished opening presents and stuff, and I could hear my son whistling in the background. Ugh. So, like I said earlier, I hope everybody that has kids has had a fun morning. Crazy and hectic and all over the place, but still, I do miss when my kids were little. Morning, Cody. Merry Christmas. Or, yeah. Uh, Hi, sarcastic. I am so tired. Good morning, sarcastic. Merry Christmas. I'm saying good morning to myself. Ugh. I've only had an hour and a half, hour and 45 minutes of sleep. So, good Merry Christmas, Richard. Ugh. Yeah, it's supposed to be warm here today too, Stacker. And all the rest of the week is supposed to be in the 70s. Let's see, what is it here today, right now? Currently, it is 56 degrees. Supposed to have a high of 65 today. Tomorrow is supposed to be 74. High of 67 today. And tomorrow is supposed to be 74. Then 67, 72, 73, 71, 69, 62. So I don't know. Weather's all over the place. I'm from New England. This is weird weather for me. Been here 22 years, but I'm still not used to Southern Christmases. And though, yeah, I had to find them where I had stashed some shorts for my cigarettes. If they go out too soon, or I just have to put them out before they're completely smoked out. I put them aside so that I don't have to go digging through anything to find them if I need them. And I need them because I don't hear my neighbor moving around yet. Usually I hear his chihuahuas, and I don't hear them yet. So, and I don't even know if he'll want to go on Christmas because a Christmas. Oh, that was a chihuahua. Speaking of chihuahuas, I I don't know if I'm up for a Christmas lecture. You know what I mean? Yeah, I found some shorts. Snipes. John used to call them ducks. I don't know why. Kind of weird, but dog, be quiet. She is mad at that chihuahua, man. That one chihuahua that he comes over here with snarled in my dog's face, and ever since then, every time Simi hears that chihuahua, she gets up and starts. She's like, "You're a mean little dog. I don't like you anymore." Yeah, and I do hear my neighbor. But instead of actually going out there and seeing, I'm gonna call him and see if he'll answer his phone. And probably, I'm not going to get you no cigarettes. I just went and got you some. Holidays, Donnie. I'm stressed. So talk amongst yourself. I'll be back. He's not answering his phone. Alright, well, since the dog got triggered by the chihuahua, it looks like I have to go put my dog out now. So, yay. Which it's actually past due when she's supposed to go anyway, so I'm gonna head out and leave you people to your own devices for a few minutes. Well, we all know that that could take a while because I got to put the dog out, then feed her, then put her back out, and hopefully catch my neighbor somewhere in between all of that to see if people run to the store for me. Merry Christmas. Can you do me another favor? I feel so horrible asking him stuff all the time. But my other neighbor, Sarah, she has kids and grandbabies at her house, so I don't want to ask her to go to the store for me. Family time, you know? Now I'm trusting you not to go coloring on my walls and whatnot, you know, and if you do, make sure it's not permanent marker. And make sure Lee doesn't get everybody drunk on Christmas morning. We don't need no shenanigans now. At least wait until I get back for that. Dog is dancing now. She's like, I saw you move your shoe. I know we're going somewhere. All right. Yeah, it helps to take my phone with me, doesn't it? Just in case. I don't like going in a wheelchair without the phone with me. So, yeehaw. This is an entire process in order for me to get the hell out of my room here. So, all right. Kathy, you're in charge while I'm gone. Gummy Girl is in charge. I love you. Hey, Papa.
Good morning.
I was like, wait, I don't know that name. Wait, yes, I do know that name. Hold on. And I actually went and checked it.
Well, I can't sit up at my laptop right now, so I'm using my tablet. It's
Oh, I
attached to
got
my
you.
rail.
I got you. No,
So
cat. Now is not the time to climb on me.
it
Okay, well,
made me go through a ream of paperwork to even be able to get on.
I guess I'm leaving you in charge then because I got to go put my dog out and feed her, and I'll be
Okay.
back. Hopefully, try and catch my neighbor. See if I go to the store for cigarettes for me. Hopefully, I'll be back
Okay.
though.
Okay.
All right.
Trying to
This
open my phone so I can see the chat.
Bubba Claus is in charge.
Hey, Patrick. Hey, Lee, Kathy, and Bill. Let's see who else is here. Susie. Hey, Dana. Hey, Darlene. Yep. Merry Christmas, Darlene, and everybody. Oh, that's not good, Dana. Yeah, me too, Jennifer. Well, Cody had to step away for a minute, and I'm still trying to half wake up and figure out what's going on today. Sat up too long last night, and my leg is hurting where the wound is. So took some extra Tylenol and trying to get it to calm down. Hey, Paul. Other than that, it's just another normal day here in Austin. No, not pulling a Kathy. She just had to step away for a second. Yeah, Jennifer, I'm feeling good other than the legs just wanting to burn a little bit. The medical physician's assistant came by yesterday and pulled the bandages off to check everything and told me to leave it open and let it dry out for a little while, but it started weeping so bad I had to redress it. So that was not fun. Okay, no rush, Kathy. I don't know when Kodi will be back, how long it's going to take her for her little thing she had to take care of. I wish I could still drink that stuff, Lee, but hello, keep walking. Hope everyone's Christmas is going well. I didn't even put up my little tiny tree this morning. Yep, gotta have that store run. Sorry, I'm not being very talkative this morning, guys. Just hey, Susanna. Or Susanna. I keep pronouncing it the wrong way. Might keep off walking. Okay, Darlene, hurry back. Ugh. Yeah, it's just me for right now, Susanna. Cody stepped away to catch her neighbor going to go to the store for her. And laying here trying to keep my leg elevated. Hey, Kevin. Bye, Kevin. Hi, Gina. Morning. Merry Christmas, everyone, again. All the new folks that come in. Amy's back. Yay. You're back just in time, Amy, for Cody to be away from the mic. She'll be back soon, I hope. Yep, it's me, Gina. I'm having to use my tablet this morning. Can't sit up at my laptop, and it made me log in through a different account. I don't have my normal pictures available. Still not finished, Rhonda? Dang. How many presents did you buy? My wrapping was real easy this year. Zero. Nada. Zilch. My feast so far is a toss up between a smoked turkey sandwich or pot roast with some kind of vegetable. Depends on whether I want to cook or just throw some mayo on a sandwich and get lazy. Yeah, I've got some easy roasts. I've got my store has a pack of little individual 5 ounce pot roast servings. You just nuke them for about 2 minutes and they're ready to go, nice and tender. Morning, Merry Christmas, Bonnie. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do Brussels sprouts with mine, and then maybe make up some of my spicy bacon blueberry glaze to put over them.
Well, I'm back momentarily.
You know, momentarily.
Momentarily. I did get a hold of my neighbor. He actually called me back right as I was ready to get in the wheelchair.
Yeah.
And after a brief lecture, he did say he'd go to the store for me. So, I proceeded to get in the wheelchair, go out there, wait for him. At 20 minutes later, still nothing. I'm like, okay, I put the dog out and fed her, put her back out, got back in here, and I'm still waiting for him to get over here just to pick up my card. So,
Well, got a bunch of new people in since you were gone.
hey, everybody. Yeah.
Nina's
So,
here, Anna's here, and Susanna's here, and who else was it?
Merry Christmas and happy holidays to everybody. I am I don't know what his time frame is. He was out there drinking a very tall can of beer at
Yeah.
10 o'clock in the morning. So I'm not sure what
Well,
his schedule is.
and as usual, we just got onto the topic of food.
Of course. Morning, Bonnie. Morning, Key Lime, et cetera, et cetera. That's all I can see in the chat.
Yeah, Bonnie and Keelan, and like I said, Susanna, Anna's here. Uh, Rhonda came in for, still hasn't finished wrapping,
Oh, jeez. Girl.
but she's ready for bed.
Yeah, I believe it.
Kevin stepped in and said, Merry Christmas, goodbye.
Aw. Merry Christmas, Devin and Robin.
Typical Kevin. And then Keep Walking. Not sure who that is.
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
I think I've ever seen him before.
Well, I messaged him and asked him if he knew what time he'd be going.
But they've got a blue, they're Smurf, so.
Huh. Yeah, he's getting a real early start.
Yeah.
Happy holidays. Let's get drunk.
Right.
So I just texted him and asked if he knew about what time he'd be going. Sometimes he also forgets that he'll tell me he'll go to the store. One day I
Yeah.
sat out there for 3 hours. I was so frustrated. I was in tears because I kept seeing him outside. And then he actually got in a vehicle and left and then came back. And I was like, I finally messaged him. I'm like, do you know when you're going to go? And he's like, oh my God, I forgot all about you. And I'm like, great.
Yeah.
So he did have an aneurysm, a brain bleed. And he had to have brain surgery. So sometimes his memory is faulty.
Yeah.
So, but I'm not bouncing in and out of this chair. There's no way I can do it. So I have to stay in the chair until I know what's going on. So I just kind of wheeled back in here to check in and make sure nobody had burned the chat room down and, that kind of thing. That and all my shorts are in here. So I did actually have a cigarette out there, though. I was like, oh, look what I found in the ashtray. But that's gone now. So, yeah. It just, I mean, it's funny because I know that it's not that long of a period of time, but when you're out of the cigarettes and you're waiting on somebody, it seems like forever. You know what I mean? So, yeah. I was actually surprised he called me back. He must not have me saved in his phone or something because he called me. He goes, somebody called me from this number, and if I was saved in his phone, which I should be, in case there's an emergency, he it
You
would it would come up that Cody called.
you
Of
think
course, then he
so?
probably would not have called me back.
Oh, it's her again.
Yeah, it's like, oh God, she wants me to go to the store again. I'm just gonna ignore that call. I'm not stupid. I know what happens. I was nice. I did wish him Merry Christmas first.
Yeah.
He was like, "Oh yeah, Merry Christmas." I'm like, "Oh yeah, that's today."
Right.
You
Just another
shush.
day for me.
Uh, my dog's boyfriend is outside again. She's barking at something across the street. There hadn't been anybody outside, so I think I'm gonna go check and see if he's hadn't. He usually has to warm up his truck and everything before he goes anywhere. So,
Yeah.
and he hasn't done that yet either. But beer 30, and he might have gotten distracted. So
Right.
I'm gonna run out there and check and see what's going on there. I'll be
Well,
back.
hopefully he'll run out of beer and have to run and get some.
Right? That'd be good. All right, I'll be back.
Okay. And we're alone again. There. That's better. Now I'm not just an initial. You guys still hear me? Okay. Morning. Merry Christmas, Carol. Yep, that is good, Carol. She stepped away from the mic again, Bonnie. She'll be right back. Trying to catch her neighbor. Go to the store for her. That's nice, Carol.
Well, that was a false alarm.
Now you're back.
Temporarily.
I think Bonnie was just asking you a question, whether you
Oh,
ever went
sorry.
to bed or not.
Yeah, I went to bed for, I think I slept for about an hour and 45 minutes. So, yep. I went to sleep at 5:45 or so, woke up at 7:30.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, math is hard.
I tried to change my avatar. I didn't have very many pictures on my tablet, so that was the best one I could find. That was when my beard was at its longest.
Yeah. Well, that's good, Bonnie. You get to relax now.
Right?
Yeah, it's been a half an hour since he told me he would go. So I figure I'll give him another 15 minutes or so and then I'll actually call him because I texted him, but he doesn't always respond to text. So, uh, babies are so cute, especially when you get to leave them behind or hand them back to their parents. Oh, is it that song goes, the waiting is the hardest part? Yes, yes, it is.
Yep.
Especially when you got to wait in a wheelchair and you're not comfortable. I
Right.
mean, it's not discomfort, it's just I'm not as comfortable as normally, like with my leg up and all that.
Yeah.
Rhonda, sleep, yeah.
I can't
It is
believe she's
windy outside.
wrapping.
It's very, very windy outside. It's cloudy and it's windy, but it's not too cold out. So,
All I know about outside right now is it's white.
mhm,
I see my
yep.
neighbor's plant leaves blowing on the balcony out here. So
Mhm. Well, Rhonda, this is what happens when you wait until the last minute.
well, Rhonda, next year send them to me in a great big huge box. Put everything in there and all the supplies. I'll wrap them and include a return label with it. I'll take care of that for you. Yeah, right.
You can have Bubba Claus do your Christmas wrapping for you.
I actually like the Christmas wrap.
Yeah, I
My
like it too.
my specialty are packages that it takes people have to get out the hand tools to get into.
I always liked wrapping presents too. What I like most is being able to have presents to wrap. You know.
One year we got my brother-in-law a or one of the gift cards to I think it was Home Depot. Uh, I sandwiched that sucker between two sheets of plywood with 7 different type of screw heads and bolts to hold it together.
Yeah, I would have been like, nope.
So you want hardware for a Christmas? Then here you go.
Bonnie, your yard is going to look like Gopher's got a hold of it. Three grandkids metal detecting and digging up the backyard. Yeah,
Oh, that'll be fun.
that's going to be
Especially
like ankle breaking time with all the holes in your backyard.
right.
Oh, Rhonda, I'm glad you found it.
They're old enough; they don't need their presents wrapped. Just put them
Well,
in a bag.
Liam's not. Liam needs his wrapped. I like my presents wrapped too.
Put the other ones in a bag and say, "Here, Merry Christmas." I ran out of steam.
Oh, come on. I hate waiting. I bet he forgot.
More than likely, too many beers erased his brain. So,
Yeah. Well, I mean, he was already dressed and outside, so it's not like he had to go in and take a shower or anything, you know? He just likes to torture me. It is, and it's fun to unwrap them. Yeah, Issa was horrible at wrapping presents. John used to bring them into me and say, "Here, can you fix these?" Like the presents for Talon and everything. She couldn't wrap to save her life, and neither could John, which is why he didn't just fix them himself.
Well, I got burned out on wrapping because at my house I was the main wrapper, and when you have to wrap Christmas presents for 27 family members, uh, yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, and I don't know if he's bringing the Chihuahua with him, so I don't know if I'll hear him when he comes back out of his house. Because that Chihuahua gets outside, so I always know when he's out there.
yeah.
But if he sneak attacks me and doesn't bring the dog, then he'll end up just knocking on the door and then getting impatient because I have to get to the door. It's like, well, but I did have a lot of fun the one year that I was able to get my grandkids each a bunch of presents, and I was wrapping them all. I didn't get to watch them unwrap them because I wasn't allowed at my mom's that year, but
Yeah.
I did have fun wrapping them all. All right, well, I'm gonna go see if he's out yet, warming up his truck,
Okay,
and if he's not, I'm gonna give him a call and see if we have a time frame on when he's gonna go.
right.
Hey, Crazy Maze,
Hey, Crazy Maze, welcome
Merry
home. Yeah,
Christmas. So I will be back.
okay. I'll try to keep these folks entertained. Yep, we're up to 68 here in Austin, Kevin. Gonna supposed to hit a high of 81 today. Instead of snow flurries, we'll have tumbleweed flurries here in Texas. Hang on, I'm glad I'm not up there. Morning, Merry Christmas, Mr. Jim, Miss Joni. You crazy lady. Yeah, that's what I was going to do, Susanna, but might as well just stay up and deal with it. Sounds good, Bonnie. I haven't had a good banana nut muffin in a long time. Order me some from my next store order. But I do have a chunk of, I think it's cranberry bread, loaf bread that the food truck brought around last week. Slice that up and toast it. Oh man, Susanna, my favorite. Just had plain scrambled eggs here this morning. Right, Donnie? Yeah, I can eat breakfast any time of day. Doesn't matter what meal it is. Good morning and Merry Christmas, Virginia. Kathy's already had a bunch of gummies this morning, Donna. Yeah, I've gotten kind of lazy now that I just cooking for myself. I don't take the time to do an actual omelet. I just do a scrambled omelet. Just as good, less work.
Well, he finally came and got the card an hour later.
Yay.
Now it'll only take him another 30 to 45 minutes to get back.
Okay. Well, now that you're back,
Donnie's like me. He goes places and he talks to people. So,
yeah.
and
well
the
now,
man knows like everyone in this town. So,
well, now that you're back, I'm going to exit from the tablet and come back on my laptop.
okay, honey.
Be back in a minute.
All right. Hey, Susanna. Merry Christmas. And yeah, he lectured from getting out of his truck all the way up my stairs to grab my card and all the way back down, lectured. And I told him to tell his roommate, I said, Merry Christmas. He goes, oh, he doesn't even want to talk to you because you smoke too much. Yeah. Ronnie smokes like 3 times as much cigarettes as I do. Welcome back. So,
Oh, another day in paradise.
yeah. So I know that's bullshit that Ronnie doesn't want to talk to me because I smoke too much. Ronnie smokes like 4.5, 5 packs of cigarettes a day.
Yeah.
How the hell that man affords that, I don't know. But and I smoke like 2 packs of cigarettes in a 24-hour period.
I haven't even looked at cigarette prices lately. What are they running now?
Well, mine are $4 a pack.
Okay.
But I smoke Senecas, and I'm in South Carolina. The prices vary where you go and where you live, and
Right.
I know in like Massachusetts and New York, some of the cigarettes are up to like $10 a pack. or
Yeah.
more, you know. So yeah, mine are $4. Hey, Virginia. Kevin was here. Hi, Kevin.
Yeah, he came back for a second.
Merry Christmas, Kevin and Lori.
I think he and Mr. Jim showed up
Nice.
having sausage pancakes on a stick for breakfast.
Oh,
Once
sweet.
once again, when you were gone, we get on food again.
Right? That reminds me, I have donuts in the fridge.
And Crazy May's stash stopped by. Or no, she was here when you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, she did a fly through. I wrenched her while she was here, though, because I've seen her in other chats. She's all
yeah,
right.
yeah. I see her on Johnny's show all the time.
Yeah. Now, see, I can do Texas toast, French bread, French toast, but
Yeah,
I can't do the French bread French toast because the crust is too hard
yeah.
and I can't eat it. Uh, Carol says hers are $8 a pack in Milwaukee. Yeah, Virginia said hers were more than 2 years ago. She was in Chicago. The price of cigarettes were $12 for a pack of Newports. Yeah, I used to only smoke Marlboros. And it was right after I moved here that I think Marlboros had gone up to like $5 a pack or something like that, and I was like, nope. So we tested out different lesser known brands, generics and things like that. And we found one that they were like 99 cents a pack, and I'm like, there's no way these are going to be any good, and they were actually halfway decent.
Huh,
And we
cool.
smoked those for like a year, and all of a sudden their price skyrocketed to
Right.
like 350. And so then we'd find the next cheaper brand, and we kept doing that. And I was like, fuck it. I don't need to be, all bougie with my Marlboros and have to have the name brand shit. And I don't smoke menthol. I can't stand menthol. If I want mints, I'll eat a fucking mint. So
Well, my wife, I don't know if she's still smoking on her very low Social Security income now, but she would only smoke Saratoga menthols, and back in 2017, before we split up, those things were like 11 something a pack
wow.
here in Austin.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
Yeah, that's
Normal cigarettes were $3 to $5 a pack, but no, she had to have the good stuff.
yeah.
And then it got to where you couldn't even hardly buy them anywhere. There was only like 2 stores in Austin where you could even find them.
I've never even heard of them. The one generic cigarette I couldn't stand the taste of Basics.
Yeah,
They tasted like wood chips to me, and I couldn't do it. But we did find alternatives and things like that. So
yeah. They probably used the stems of the tobacco instead of the leaves.
yeah. Hey, Mr. Jim.
That's why they were cheap.
There. Now
Yeah.
Mr. Jim is blue.
Yay.
Yay. Yay. Blue like lapis.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, I don't like to make my French toast in oil. I like my French toast in with butter. I
Yeah.
cook I cook it in butter. Like I do my pancakes.
Right after I met my first wife, her grandparents were Hispanic. They lived down in Seguin. We went down there. First time I ever went to visit them. Woke up Sunday morning and to her grandma fixing cooking pancakes, and she fried her pancakes in oil.
Yeah.
Actually, pork fat, pork grease, bacon grease.
Well, see, the grease I can
Man,
understand.
they were good. They were nice and crunchy around the edges.
Yeah, grease I can do. I used to do bacon, and then we'd make pancakes, and we'd cook
Yeah.
the pancakes in the bacon grease. But oil always made them too tough. They just seemed to get all rubbery, and I didn't like it.
No, hers were light and really light and tender inside, and just that little crust around the edge.
What's funny is pancakes were one of the foods that John didn't want to eat. When I made them, he's like, "No, I'm good." I'm like, "What is wrong with you? You don't like pancakes?" He goes, "No." He goes, I like pancakes." So I'm like, "Then why don't you want pancakes? You said you were hungry." And he goes, "I just don't like homemade pancakes." And I'm like, "Excuse me?" You know, I'm like, "You're knocking
Okay.
my homemade pancakes when you haven't even tried them yet." He did the same thing with my meatloaf. He tried to dump a bunch of mustard on it. I'm like, and so I looked at him. I said, "You want some mustard for this?" And he looked at me. I was like, "You will try them."
Yeah.
So he did, and they were good. And he was like, "Oh crap, these are good." I'm like, "Shocking, isn't it? I know how to cook. Wow." But later on, he had specifics for his pancakes. I used to have to make everybody else's pancakes first, and then the rest of the batter, I had to add like a little bit more milk or whatever, and
Yeah.
thin it out so it was almost like crepe consistency, and cook them that way because he used to smear them with peanut butter and then dip them in syrup. I'm like, "You weird," but that's how he liked to eat them, so that's how I made them after that. He definitely did not let Issa try making them. I was like, "Why don't you show your wife how to make them?" He goes, "Because I don't want to die." The woman could not cook.
Yep. Yeah, Bonnie, I haven't had any of those kind of bars in a long time.
My dog
Those,
is staring at me. I look over, the dog is staring at me like I owe her money. I'm like, "What?" I let you finish up with cat food was in the bowl when I put you back in here. There was only crumbs in the bowl. So I shouldn't have to deal with too many dog farts. And she's mad because the cat's on the bed. The cat's not in her spot, and neither is she, but the cat is still on the bed, so the dog is not happy right now. I don't know which way my neighbor is going to come down the street. If he's going to come up my blind side where I can't see him, or come down the way he normally does, where I'd be able to see him through my window.
yeah.
I have no idea. Because even though I'm already in the wheelchair, it still takes a little bit of time to get out the door and then get past the front door, open the front door, then turn the wheelchair and open the other door.
Right.
Everything has to be done in stages around here. How many doors do I have to back through and go through and open and close and this, that, and
You,
the other thing in order.
you need your little walkie-talkie system intercom so you can just talk to people from your area. I said, I'm on my way. Don't go away.
They can hear me. If I yell, they can hear me because my room is right off the porch.
Yeah.
So, like the one bedroom window, if it wasn't blocked with boxes, would look right onto the porch.
Yeah.
And I've heard, I mean, I pulled up in the driveway when John and Issa were fighting inside, and I could hear them clear as day as if they were standing next to me.
Yeah.
So there's no way that if I yell, "Hold on, I'm coming," I got to get in the wheelchair, that they don't hear me. You know what I mean? So
Going out to breakfast. Much love,
nice.
Carol. Merry Christmas.
Enjoy your breakfast. Merry Christmas. Diabetes bars. Yeah.
Oh.
And I got my other troublemaker who every time I come back in the room seems to think she has to eat. It's funny
Of
because
course.
I leave the food out when I go out, when I take the dog outside and feed her and
Yeah.
everything, because I keep the dog out with me. So I leave the cat food down, but Marty will wait until I come back in the room and then run under the wheelchair, like under my foot, and right to the cat food and start eating. Like she couldn't eat unless I was in the room.
Yeah.
And she's almost tripped me up a couple of times when I go to stand up. All of a sudden the cat's under my foot, and I'm like, "Ah, stop trying to kill me. You won't get any food if you kill me." I definitely cannot reach the cat food from the floor. So, huh. Okay, well, I hear his chihuahua, which is weird because the chihuahuas were not outside when he left, and he didn't take them with him. So, I'll be right back.
Yeah, it seems every time Kodi steps away, we always get off on the food. Good morning, Liam. Merry Christmas. Big feast there, Mr. Jim. Yeah, my big Christmas feast today is going to be a 5 ounce pot roast and some spicy blueberry glazed Brussels sprouts. Hey, Larry. Well, that's cool, Kathy. Oh, that's nice. The food delivery place I use here in Austin is currently closed for the day. So I'm stuck with what's in my freezer and pantry. That's Mr. Jim, Virginia.
Well, that was fun. Hey,
Again,
Liam. Hey, Liam. Merry Christmas.
Liam's here, Virginia's here.
Yeah, I said hi, Virginia, before I left. Yeah, he knocked on the
Larry,
door just as I was starting to go out there.
that
So I
weird guy
yelled
named Larry is here.
Oh, that Larry guy? Yeah. Um, just as I started to get in the chair, he knocked on the door. So I was like, "Yep, I'm coming. Hold on." I opened the door, and the first thing he says is, "You're stupid." I'm like, "Wow, I feel like Christmas with my father all over again."
Really?
Merry Christmas to you too.
How nice of him.
Yeah, I really need to try and find somebody else to make my cigarette runs for me. Hey, Bonnie.
Hello.
Hey, Bonnie. You been waiting back there long, Bonnie? I didn't have any controls to let you in.
Nah, she just popped in there.
Yeah, I just popped in. Oh, I didn't see what you were having, Kevin. Sorry. I missed that. I'm trying to keep up.
Cat, quit trying to bury your damn food. Jeez. Oh.
But I'm not doing any other cooking. Yay.
Yay.
Yippee.
I
That's the best
will.
part.
The cat scoots this plastic dish all over the floor, and then I have to go chase after it with the damn grabber and put it back where it goes. I'm gonna be having diced chicken, oven roasted chicken that Tyson stuff, and rice, jasmine rice, and a vegetable. Not really sure which vegetable yet.
That's a good
Yeah.
menu, Kevin. It really is. It works together.
Yeah, Kathy, I think he meant to say this is stupid or it's stupid. I don't think he meant to say you're stupid. He's just very frustrated at the whole concept of smoking, which is weird because he used to smoke. So, you know. Yeah, but at that point, it's really not worth the lecture. If he had done that before he had gone, I probably would have been like, you know what, never mind. I like jasmine rice. I do. A lot of people don't. I do.
Yeah,
Usually, I have it with tilapia. I make fried tilapia, and I have jasmine rice and peas with it.
yeah.
But I don't have any tilapia, and right now, the angle that I would have to be at in order to do the fish fry would be awkward, and I don't want to burn myself. So,
Yeah.
diced chicken it is.
Oh, you can keep the snow, Barbara. It's
Yeah.
pretty, but I don't want it.
Nope, me either. But
I don't know.
my vegetable selections are asparagus, green beans, carrots, and peas. So I'm not really sure which one. I do have ham steaks, and I was thinking about having ham like I did for Thanksgiving, but the last couple of times I've had ham, I had blood pressure issues because of the sodium in the ham, I think. So
Could be. We're gonna use some of the ham after and make potato soup.
Well, my mom she started doing this thing last year with leftover ham. She makes a ham, broccoli, and cheese casserole.
Yeah.
That sounds good.
It's actually really good, considering it uses cheddar cheese soup. No rice is really good for diabetic. It's got a lot of starch in it.
Yeah.
But if you were gonna eat rice, I would say brown rice, like long grain.
Right.
Brown rice would be the best one for you because it's less starchy. You can look it up online, Liam. Yeah, because of the starches. Let me see. My fingers don't want to work. To help reduce the overall GI of your meal, it's important to eat brown rice alongside low GI foods, protein sources, and healthy fats. Brown rice has a medium GI score, which we'll just skip down to what's the best rice for diabetics. Yeah, they recommend replacing white rice and other refined grains with brown rice to try and prevent type 2 diabetes. Brown rice, researchers say, often does not generate as fast an increase in blood sugar.
Oh, that's not good, Liam.
Yeah, if you have to have rice, I would go with brown rice. Wow. Yeah, 500 is dangerous.
I have a question for the diabetics. I know some of the foods make your sugars go up. Is there some foods that you can eat that kind of help balance it out?
You mean like if you eat something that's got a high, that bounces your sugar up?
Yeah. Is there something you can eat to kind of, because my son, he's hypoglycemic and he can have sweets, but he needs to have, a good meal first before he eats any kind of sweets, or else it bottoms out his sugar.
Yeah.
I don't
So
know.
I was wondering.
I'm not really sure. They told me I was diabetic, but I had a urinary tract infection when they did the test, and any kind of infection will skew the test.
Right.
They never retested me after they gave me the antibiotics and got rid of the infection. So, after talking to my doctor about it, and he looked at the number, and it was like 7.7, that whatever number they use, and he said that I was probably borderline and to just watch the carbs. So
yeah.
So I don't know if there's anything you can take to reduce it. I know if your sugar drops too low, they tell you to have either like a little honey packet or.
Yeah, the only way to reduce it is just 2 or 3 units of regular insulin.
Yeah. Okay.
But,
thank you, Larry. I'll look at that. I'm not diabetic. I was just wondering because I know, like, with my son, hypoglycemic, he can counteract it. I was just wondering if diabetics could counteract it. That's all.
Yeah.
It's always good to know.
No, there's no way to counteract it. Like for me, like when mine gets high, the only way is just 1 or 2 units of regular insulin.
Yeah.
To bring it down.
Because there's no food with natural insulin in it, as far as I know.
No.
And if your blood sugar is high, it's because your body is not producing the insulin naturally.
Right.
So unless you could consume something that has natural insulin, hey Kristen, it wouldn't counteract it. You'd need to actually do an insulin injection for that.
Okay. Merry Christmas, D&D.
Yeah, I just take. I'm down now to just 18 units of long-acting insulin once in the mornings. I was on 50 units a day, so.
Liam, have you talked to your doctor about that? You might have to just exclude rice. I mean, if you've never tried the brown rice, you could try it. I just don't want you to do something that's going to spike your sugar.
Yeah, something's not right there, Liam. 1 serving spoon shouldn't spike you that high.
Yeah.
Because I still eat rice and sushi rolls, which I have to have occasionally, and they don't spike me that high anymore.
Yeah, and that's sticky rice. That's really high in starch, the sushi rice.
Yeah. But sometimes you just got to have a little bit.
Well, I had my mom pick me up some of the what used to be Uncle Ben's. It's now just Ben's, I guess.
Yeah.
Rice, the little microwave pouches.
Yeah.
Because she had been getting me the mashed potatoes, the instant potatoes, and I was just kind of tired of having potatoes with everything. So I was like, Mom, can you grab me some rice? And she's like, yeah. So they're trying to get you into a diabetic doctor. Okay.
Yeah, you definitely need that, Liam.
Yeah, and most people don't have any issues with, doctors and what they prescribe. Me personally, the doctor that was at the hospital would have killed me if I had taken the insulin as he prescribed it.
Right.
So I knew something was off about the doses because when I was in the hospital, I was in there for three different 5-day stretches. Well, 2 5 days and 1 4-day. And they were giving me insulin shots just because to them, my sugar was a little high, but it was like 1 or 2 milligrams. I mean, it was a tiny, minute amounts. They
Yeah.
were like, why are we even giving her this? No, I don't know. The doctor said to, so we're doing it.
Yeah.
But then I had this doctor get up he got up in my face like a drug pusher, started screaming at me that I was going to die if I didn't take insulin at home. And I'm like, what? And he wouldn't leave me alone. I mean, he came back to my room 3 times. I'm like, you are getting kickbacks or something. And he prescribed 2 different types of insulin. And if I had taken the amounts that he prescribed, I would have been dead before I could hit the second one on 911.
Yeah.
So luckily, I knew I knew something was off, because you don't get tiny little minute amounts of insulin, 1 or 2 milligrams of insulin at the hospital, and then he's prescribing me almost like 70 milligrams of freaking insulin a day. I'm like, no, I don't think so.
Well, now, if it's a long-acting insulin, 70 could be a possibility, but I mean, you would have had to have a very high A1C, like in the 13s, like I used to be.
Yeah, my A1C was 7.7,
Yeah. So,
and
so you really didn't need insulin at all. It was
I didn't.
7.7.
I didn't, and none of the other doctors told me I needed it. Just this one guy.
Yeah. All you needed was just an adjustment in diet, cut down on
Yeah.
starches.
Yeah, and and he prescribed me 2 different insulins. One I was supposed to take 3 times a day, and it was like 20 milligrams each time. And then the other one was like 30 milligrams, 30 milligrams at night.
Yeah.
So I would be taking 2 of them at night. I'm like, I don't think that's right. So I picked it up because I had coupons to get it free. One of those things cost $800. The other one was $1,000 a month. I'm
Yeah.
like, okay, if I need this or I'm going to die, I'm going to die because I cannot afford even the copays on that. So, because I didn't have prescription insurance, but he's like throwing coupons in my face and all this shit. I'm like, oh my God, I'm like, what is wrong with you? So, yeah. And they never, like I said, they never retested me after they gave me the antibiotics for the infection. So, I had my home health care nurse contact the doctor, and he never called her back. And so she contacted the pharmacy at the hospital, and they called her back. She told them what was going on. They said, give them a minute. They called her back and said, tell her not to take that. She will be dead before she can even dial an ambulance. Tell her not to touch it. And we're calling her doctor right now to consult with him. So they called the doctor that I had, not the one I have now, but the one before this. And he called me and talked to me, and we walked through, what symptoms were of high blood sugar and low blood sugar and all that. And I had read all the information. When they told me I had it, of course, I'm going to read up on it and learn about it,
Yeah.
And I wasn't having any symptoms of either one, high or low blood sugar.
Right.
And so he's like, okay. He goes, well, I want to make an appointment with you. So I went in and I talked to him in person, and yeah, we basically, he kept me on the metformin. He said, it's not going to harm anything. And my blood sugar, whenever we tested, ran between like 160 and 180, and he felt that was a little high, but it was consistent. Even if I didn't eat it, that's where it was. So, I'm like, okay. So, but he's like, yeah, you don't need to take insulin at home. I'm like, okay. And I tried to donate it to, because I know there are people that can't afford it. I mean, the seals were never broken on them, But the home healthcare nurse told me that she wasn't allowed to take medication from patients. So
Right. Yeah. Not allowed.
I was like, well, I tried, tried to save somebody some money, but
Liam, just a suggestion to you for now. If your A1C is that high, uh, you need to stop eating starches altogether for
yeah.
at least 2 months.
And I'd
When,
seriously cut down on your carbs as well.
when mine was at 13, when I got back out of the hospital after going in with a 728 blood sugar,
Wow.
I stopped eating carbs. I didn't touch a single carb for 3 months. 3 months at all. Within my next A1C after that 13 was down to 6.4, just from cutting out the carbs.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I would not worry about eating rice, and I'd cut down way back on bread, crackers, any of that kind of thing.
bread, crackers, potato chips,
Yeah.
potatoes.
And definitely no magic bars.
Yeah, none of those either.
Yeah, see, but by doing that, Bonnie, by doing that the way I've done now, I'm down so low that my doctors actually said, okay, you need to start eating more starches because you're staying too low. I said, okay. So I allow myself candies, but just in very small amounts. Like if you cut like a 2 inch by 2 inch magic bar, I would probably cut that into like 6 pieces
Holy
Right.
crap.
and have it like one piece every other day.
Yeah, at this point, I think if Liam even looked at a magic bar, his sugar would spike.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I followed the diet when I got out of the hospital the first time. I followed everything. I was living on almost nothing. I mean, yogurt and mandarin oranges. I ate a lot of mandarin oranges, but it was like yogurt, and because even bread has so much carbs in it, and counting carbs is a pain in the ass. Counting your sugars and stuff. God, that was a pain. But I kept a log of everything I ate, and I kept a log of when I tested, because they wanted me to test before I ate and then after I ate, and I wrote down everything I ate. And then when I went back to the doctor, they're like, okay, your blood sugar's not moving. And I'm like, I know.
See, I even splurged last night. One of my nice neighbors brought me a little quart container of Neapolitan ice cream, sugar free,
hmm
and I had a big bowl of that for dessert last night to splurge, and still woke up with a 97 this morning
Nice.
with no insulin use last night. So
That's good.
Well, just do what they said, Liam, and that should help you right now until you get to the doctor.
Yeah.
It was funny yesterday when we got done baking the magic bars. Zach asked for one, and he got it, and that's when he started calling them diabetes bars. And then
Yes.
later, after we ate, he said, "Can I have another diabetes bar?" I was like, "You can have a magic bar." So it started into a joke around here.
yeah,
Diabetes bar.
My friend Michelle and Stuart, when I was living with them in Florida, Stuart's son used to call lumpia Oompa Loompas
Mhm.
because he was really little when they got together, and Michelle is half Panamanian, or no, Filipino. She's half Filipino, and so her mom and her make the most amazing lumpia. And I'd never had it before. Her mom made me try one. They looked a little too crunchy for me to be able to eat, but she made me eat one, and it was so good that I suffered through that. That was definitely worth the mouth pain. They were really good, but he kept calling them Oompa Loompas, so now I just always call them Oompa Loompas. I'm like, Oompa Loompas are tasty.
When they mess with words like that, sometimes it's funny. Josh used to call it El Camino and El Camino.
Nah. Funniest thing with my son, and my best friend's son used to say fuck instead of truck. That was fun out in public.
Yeah.
But my son, we were in a building. I forget what building it was, but I had to take the elevator up to like the third floor, and my son was about 2.5, and we had to wait because there were a lot of people in the elevator, and I don't like crowded elevators, so I waited for the next, it'd come back down, and my son's like jumping up and down, going, "Mommy, I want to go in the alligator. I want to go in the alligator."
My
That
sister
would be
used
how
to
we,
do that with the truck, so my parents started having her say T-Ruck
yeah.
to help that out, because, yeah, they said it was pretty bad.
Well, Rose had the same sense of humor I did. We didn't care if he said it. It was just so funny. So yeah, he's like firefuck, firefuck, and we'd just laugh every time he did it. People around us would be all horrified, and we'd just be dying laughing, going, "What are you gonna do? Yell at a 2-year-old? Go ahead, see what happens to you."
Mhm.
Right.
Because then you'll be wanting the firefuck. Let me tell you.
He's 18, he still says words a certain way, and he refuses to fix it. Like Jeep, he thinks it's Jep.
Meh.
He calls them Jeps. He will not call them Jeeps. And elementary, he calls them elementary.
John used to say ambulance instead of ambulance, and the first couple of times he did it, I thought he was accidentally mispronouncing the word, like he was saying it too fast.
Mhm.
But after like the 5th time, I realized that's how he said the word. I'm like, you're saying that wrong, right? He goes, what are you talking about? I'm like, ambulance. He goes, yeah, ambulance. I'm like, no, ambulance. He goes, right, ambulance. I'm like, listen to the word that is coming out of my mouth. And then he's like, fine, meat wagon. I'm like, okay, go back to ambulance. So yeah. Cat, if you don't leave that damn food dish alone, I'm picking it up and you won't have any. Then you'll be squeaking at me.
Right.
She
What's
doesn't
everybody
meow.
in the chat doing today?
Mardi Gras doesn't meow, she squeaks. Like, I'm like, what the hell?
My kiddos already all came over this morning, opened up everything. They're all probably gone home to take a nap, and then they'll be back later with their metal detectors to look for treasure, as Rainer says Nana's
Yeah,
got to have treasure in her yard.
your yard is gonna get so dug up.
It'll be okay. Can't be worse than what Kaiser does in the backyard. He digs holes too, so
Oh,
he
okay.
can lay down in them.
Yeah, Simi does that too. Although
Mm.
she's never done it here because we have grass. But when we were at the place that we lived before this, the front yard started off with grass, but with 3 dogs running around in it, it turned into a dirt yard.
Yeah.
And so it was funny because Miha and Dodge started digging holes, and I'm like, oh, the landlord's gonna get pissed at that. And then
Mhm.
Simi would run over, push them out of the hole, and lay in it.
Yes.
So here's
He
this
only,
35-pound dog pushing a 70 and 80-pound dog out of her way so she could lay in the hole they dug. It was funny.
he only has a certain little area that he digs in. The rest of the yard is all nice and green and grassy.
Cat, you're not supposed to be under there, right? She just walked across all my stuff to get under my little end table here.
Well, of course.
This is her new spot. These
Cats
cats
will be
pick
cats.
these cats pick new spots every week or so. They start laying in a different place.
Mine
And I
all
have
have
this
the same spots. During the day when nobody's here, Gus is up on one couch. Pumpkin the cat is in the recliner sleeping. Millie is on her little ottoman sleeping. And Rascal gets up on the shelf and sleeps. And Cinnamon goes to Haley's room and sleeps in there.
no, they switch spots. Currently, Onyx's new spot is back on the bed, which she hasn't been doing that for a couple of months. And Marty's spot is either up on the box on my bookshelf, or she's now under my end table.
Hmm. And when everybody's here, Gus gets on the tree skirt right now and sleeps underneath the tree.
Yeah, I don't have any supplies. Well, I have some supplies, but I told Victoria as soon as I had the money to ship, I'd send them to her. They're just test strips for when her thingamabobber, she runs out of her little pod things again.
Oh, what all are you cooking, Liam?
Nice.
Or did you already say it and I missed it? If I did, I'm sorry.
Yeah, my dinner's gonna be all microwaved.
Well, we had our big dinner yesterday. Everything I said is just leftovers from yesterday because we made so much. Because Taylor and Job are going to his mom's for Christmas dinner today. So we just did our big dinner yesterday. And then everybody came over this morning for opening gifts and everything.
Yeah.
Keep that the same. And then,
Although it is possible that if my mom gets over here, because I probably won't eat until later tonight, because after my live, I'm crashing. Whenever it ends, I don't know. But my mom is insisting that she come over today because she wants to come over today. Basically, she wants to get it done over with, so she doesn't have to go anywhere else or do anything else for the rest of
can't blame her.
until like Tuesday or Wednesday. But so I might end up actually having leftovers from my mom's dinner, which is cool.
Well, tomorrow and, the next couple of days are going to be crazy with people returning stuff that didn't fit and stuff like that, or going into the stores and picking up all the good deals and stuff like that, everything that's cut down. So, yeah, I don't blame her. I wouldn't want to be out either.
Turkey, ham, dressing, sweet potatoes, tater salad, corn, sweet peas, and banana pudding.
Ah, I can handle all of that except sweet peas. I'm not real good on sweet peas. Hey, Scarlett, Merry Christmas.
Hey, TG. Again, Happy Christmas. I love peas. I do not like sweet potatoes, and I do not like bananas. So
now I can handle the sweet peas in like a cream sauce. I have a problem with, they just roll all over the plate. So I got to have something to kind of keep them still.
Oh, well, that's what mashed potatoes are for.
Well,
mashed potatoes work like glue.
That's good. That's good, Liam. But I have my little ones, the R Trio and stuff that I buy for, and it's fun watching them open gifts. Now, when they get a whole lot bigger, they'll get gift cards.
Toilet water. Do not make me time you out on Christmas. I'll do it.
Oh, peas are lovely.
I do love peas.
And if I ever eat them, it's in a cream sauce because I don't do the pea salad or anything like that. I don't know. It's just something about them rolling around.
I don't like potato salad either.
And actually, it's strange because peas, which I love, I mean, I could sit down and eat a whole gallon of peas at one time, but they drive my sugar up more than having 4 slices of bread.
Yeah.
It's like, whoa, one little cup of peas is just like blood sugar alert.
Yeah. Well, peas are a very starchy vegetable, so.
Yeah. They're starchier than potatoes. I can actually eat a half of a baked potato and my blood sugar doesn't go as high as it does with a cup of peas.
Scarlet toilet water.
Mm-hmm.
Well, she got toilet water for Christmas. She got perfume, so.
Yep.
Oh.
Or what was it she called it? Sniffies?
Smellies.
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 She got smellies for Christmas.
My kids got me a big old box with a ton of snacks in it. And then they're building me a new cross for out in the yard because the one Bill put out there finally started falling apart. So they're going to put me a new cross out in the yard.
Yeah, my neighbor's wearing a big old banging cross today. He never wears it. I've never ever seen him wear it. I was like, oh, well, I guess it is a holiday, isn't it?
Well, the other cross, when it's lit up, you can see it like blocks away.
Cool.
Okay, Scarlett, what is a veggie roast? Is it a roast and then veggies around it, or is the roast made out of veggies?
Scarlett doesn't eat meat.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Then that makes sense.
Meatless roast.
Okay.
made out of vegetable proteins.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna show you why the dog is getting annoyed with the cat. You ready?
Eh,
The dog does not like. You see the look on the dog's face. The dog does not like the cat that close. The cat is actually touching the dog.
right.
Simi is
Get the
not
cat
happy.
away.
I've tried that, and she like slinks low and comes right back in. I don't know. The cat is persistent and insists that she can cuddle with the dog, and the dog is like, "No, no, you cannot. Get away from me." So that's why you'll hear the dog growling, and she finally just gives up. If the cat gets too annoying, she gets up and moves. But
Now,
dog.
Pumpkin tries to cuddle with Kaiser when he comes in because Zach brings him in at night and he sleeps inside. He's a little spoiled.
And that's a picture I took a couple of days ago. The cat is currently cuddled up to the damn dog again, and the dog is staring at me like, "Get it off me." But there's nothing I can do. I can push that cat away all day long, and she'll keep slinking back over and curling up next to the dog.
Good morning, Annie. Merry Christmas.
Morning, Annie.
Hey, Annie.
Merry Christmas. And happy holidays to you. Yeah, my thumbnail had Merry Christmas on it, even though I don't really celebrate Christmas itself, but it worked with the Santa tattered teddy. So
Merry Christmas, Liam. You have a great day.
yeah, Merry Christmas, Liam.
Yeah,
To you and
Merry
your
Christmas.
family.
I know
Did you come out from under
yesterday.
there just to mess with that damn cat food? You're going to be an awful hungry cat. You keep that up, because I will pick that food up and you will not get it back for a long time. I'm not one of those people that if you're sitting there and the cat falls asleep on your lap, you won't move. Hell no. I got to get up. That cat's moving, you know?
We didn't have turkey for Christmas, Scarlett. We're having ham. We had ham.
Have you ever met a turkey? They can be very mean.
Yeah, they deserve what they got.
They're not as big of assholes as geese or swans, but they are mean.
The boys were cute this morning when they came over. They came over all in their Christmas jammies and stuff,
Aw.
all matching. It was funny.
Yeah, there's a little maniac going up and down the street. Apparently, he got a scooter for Christmas
Oh.
because he's out there, and it's a boy, and he's about, I don't know, 10 or 11 years old. He's out there in a onesie, like all one, like footy pajama type of thing,
Dang.
bright green on the scooter, going up and down the street like wee. I'm like, oh my god.
Well, at least it's bright green and people can see them.
Yeah, and considering the way people drive on this street, he needs to be wearing hunter orange,
Right.
because people drive stupid on our street. I know you like gooses.
Board watch TV.
Huh?
Board watch TV.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, wee.
Zach's dog sitting next door and he got bored watching TV, so he's going to get one of his new books. He's my reader.
Yeah, my son likes to read. He actually, when he was over grabbing his games, he went through boxes of his stuff, and he was looking for a specific book, and I was like, look, we just grabbed your books and packed them in boxes. I don't know what you got and what you don't. He's like, well, I did have it. And I'm like, well, I don't know what to tell you. It's not like I'm stealing your books, you know? He never did find the one he was looking for, but he did grab like 5 others. Left the storage room in disarray. All his stuff is all discombobulated now. And I told my mom, I said, we're leaving it like that. If his stuff gets wrecked, it's on him. You know?
Zach loves Rick Riordan, and one of the authors he likes to read.
Yep.
And apparently he had a new series out, and I found the first one and got it for him. So, and I think he said there's a few more, because, on the back it shows you. So I'll be ordering more for him.
Yeah, Rick Riordan did the Percy Jackson books, didn't he?
Yeah, he did the
Yeah.
Percy Jackson, and there's a whole bunch of them he's done.
Yeah,
Jackie's read all of them.
my son and I started reading those.
Yeah, he likes him. He likes historical mythology, that kind of stuff. He likes
Yeah,
all that.
my son
Yeah.
does too. He loves Sherilyn Kenyon. Of course, my son is 27, so but he started reading Sherilyn Kenyon when he was 17 or 18 because he started grabbing. He's like, "Mom, I'm bored. Do you have anything I can read?" And I'm like, "I got these," and I showed him, and he's like, "Okay." And he got hooked, you know. So he likes her Dark Hunter series.
Yeah.
So, and that was one of the books he was looking for. Was one of the characters from her Dark Hunter series. It was their story, and he couldn't find it. And I was like, I don't know what to tell you. But I told my mom, I said, we're not reorganizing all this stuff again. You know, it's bad enough we had to pack it up, and then her and my aunt moved it all into the storage room. My son goes in there, rips open all the boxes, all the books all over the place. I'm like, no, if this stuff gets ruined, it gets ruined. You know, he's 27. He can put stuff back neatly in a box and close the box.
You'd think so.
You would think. So my mom is twitching to straighten it up, though. She can't stand disorganized stuff all over the place.
I couldn't handle it either.
She keeps harassing me about my studio, and I'm like, look, it's a process. I still have stuff I have to take out there. I still need to be able to organize things and have to have everything that I can put together in one spot, so I'm not making gajillion trips. So it's slow going with organization, but I can still work around it. So,
Yeah, I get irritated with Haley because if I have her get something out of my craft area, and she'll just put it back on the vanity in there, which I'm using, like a desk, because I don't have the mirror on it, and it gets piled up, so we'll have to go in there and put everything back where it goes. I'm like, if you just put it back where you got it from, we wouldn't have this mess.
Oh yeah, I used to get on John about that whenever he borrowed something of mine. He'd borrow it, and one, I'd have to harass him to give it back. And two, he'd come in and just put it somewhere, and I'm like, is that where you got it from? He'd be like, no, I'm just leaving it there for a minute. I was like, yes, and 6 months later, it will still be there. Put it back where it goes. He goes, it'll be fine. And he walked out of the room. 6 months later, I looked at him, I said, now can you put it back? And he looked, because I left it there, on purpose. And he was like, put what back? I was like, that thing you left there for just a minute 6 months ago. He went, oh, my bad. And he picked it up and went and put it back.
Yeah, I couldn't leave it there for 6 months. And hi, Barbara, if I didn't say hi, Barbara, earlier.
Hi, Barbara.
Oh, hi, Bonnie. I was just listening to you gals talk about organization. I think I was raised where everything had a place and everything had to be in its place. However, one time I walked into I was invited to a home of a librarian, and I walked into her home, and she had piles of stuff all over her house. And I thought, it's not so bad, and so I said, oh, you have all your stuff all over the place. And she says, yes, because now I know where I can find it.
Yep.
And I've kind of taken on that, I call it asymmetrical organization, in that wherever works well for me, that's where it's going to be. And all of my friends have these, they almost look like showplace homes. You walk in and everything is in a precise place, and it's uncomfortable for me.
Oh, mine's not a showcase house. It's a lived-in house.
Yeah. And but I have a little 4-room apartment, and I have way too much stuff in it, and I'm in the process of decluttering it and getting rid of stuff. And I've already taken out 8 boxes, and I've got 6 more boxes sitting in the living room, and there's probably another 8 boxes of stuff in my apartment that need to be sent to homes where they can be used. And
Merry Christmas, Carol.
eventually I'll get there.
Merry Christmas, Carol.
Well, my studio will eventually be organized. I mean, it's, we had to get boxes and totes and everything out there. And there's not, I have 3 tables out there, but one of them is a work table, so I have too much stuff piled on that as it is. But I have these shelves that I can put things on, but I need to have the drawers or containers to put things in on the shelves, so it's not just a bunch of loose stuff on my shelves. So it's a process. It will eventually be organized, and the gods help anybody who touches it once it's organized. I don't like anybody touching my craft stuff. Organized or not organized. I don't like other people touching it. But with my craft things and my kitchen, I'm always very anal about where everything goes. Unfortunately, with the kitchen, I have to be cluttered because I have to have everything where I can reach it. So I can't put stuff up in my cabinets. I can't reach them, I can put stuff under the cabinets, but I need totes to put them in so I can pull the tote out so I can get to the things that I put under there. Right now, I don't have them. So,
I've already decided when we remodel the kitchen that the bottom cabinets are going to have the drawers instead of, where nobody has to get down on the floor and reach to the very back of that bottom shelf.
Yeah.
Have a drawer and pull it out and get what you need.
Yep. So, but everything will get, but I can only spend so much time in the wheelchair because of my circulation, and it's not comfortable. Wheelchairs are not built to be comfortable. So, they're built to get you from one place to the other, and I can spend about 3 hours, depending on how I'm feeling after that. I have to take like a 4 or 5 hour break from it, and then I can spend another hour or 2 in the wheelchair. But long stretches, like being in it all day and just working for like 8 hours out there, is not going to happen. Because then I would be laid up for, a week and a half waiting for the circulation to go down and for my leg to heal up. So the good leg, not the one that's missing. So it's a slow process, and my mom doesn't really understand that. Even though right now she has to work at a slower pace, it's driving her insane because my mom's always been flat out, I'll go do it until it's done, and she doesn't understand that other people either can't work that way or don't work that way. So my house kind of drives her crazy, but it's not gross anymore. It's just cluttered, with my craft stuff.
And
Right now
Barbara, declutter, and I totally understand because I love Bill dearly, but he was a tad bit of a hoarder. He always had to get like triplicate or more of everything he had, and so I've already gone through everything like 4 times, and we're down to just the Earnhardt stuff, and I just hadn't done anything with that yet.
Yeah.
But it's taken up a whole big section in my dining room is turned into like storage, craft area, kids play area, and a fourth of it is the Earnhardt stuff.
Mhm.
But I had to get everything even the bedroom. That man had more clothes and shoes than anybody I have ever seen. So we got that down. I know I do have all his t-shirts still because I'm getting them made into lap quilts for the kids out of his t-shirts.
That's cool.
And everything.
We had a lot of John's shirts left over in the closet in the little room, and then when the Toxic Twins we had move in there, when they packed up, they grabbed John's clothes too. So they stole his stuff. My son was furious that they stole his dad's clothes because they weren't supposed to be in that closet in the first place.
Yeah.
So.
And he had a ton of guns. I've already done 5 rounds of guns to the kids, doling them out, and that's and the grandsons, Hudson, Holden, and Royce mainly have guns because they're the older ones. But Ruger and Rayner have 1 each now. But it's almost time to dole out some more guns to them all. Because I'm not going to use them. I can't I can't hold them or lift them or shoot them with,
Yeah.
one arm.
I'll take a few if you got some extra.
Uh, I'm giving them to the kids because some of them were their grandfathers also that were passed down to their dad.
Right.
So
Yeah.
a lot of them are like sentimental, They're
Yeah.
all good guns, but a lot of them are sentimental. So they're not going anywhere.
My dad only had the 22, and I think my mom gave that to my uncle after my dad died. He had
You
a
name
22.
it, Bill had it.
He had a 22 rifle. I mean, he used to have a lot of guns, but then he stopped hunting, and he gave the guns to my cousin Peter, who was in the Marines, and who used to go shooting with him. So I was mad because I was like, "Hey, what about me?" And he's like, "You're a girl." I'm like, "Excuse me, I'm the one that got the award at camp for riflery, and you're, I'm like, the hell." But yeah, my dad was very sexist. He was a male chauvinist through and through.
Merry Christmas, Carol. May you have an awesome day. Well, my girls shoot too, so I'm gonna make sure they get them also because they've all been hunting with their dad since they were very young.
Yeah, I
He
don't hunt.
had his method was because they started going out there when they were probably like 5 or 6. The first year they went with them and didn't carry a gun. The next year they would go out and carry the gun, but not have any shells or anything with them. And then the following year they would carry the gun and have one shell in their pocket. And then the next year they were able to, hunt.
Yeah, I don't
And
hunt.
that's how they did Royce. And that boy can outshoot his dad and mom. He's good.
I mean, if I had to hunt for food, like survival, I would be able to do it, but it's not necessary, so I don't do it.
Well, they hunt for the food. They're not, and that's one thing they were always taught. It's not, you don't kill just to be killing. You're going out there for food.
Right.
So that's what, you're not looking for trophies. You're not shooting just to be shooting. You're looking for food. And Royce he's so sweet. That first one, he'll go, that one's for Pawpaw. And then he always will make sure, he's like, one of them he says, that one's for Nana. We got to get it cut up and put in her freezer for her.
Yeah,
He's
we
sweet.
never we could always afford to buy food. So my dad was Canadian, so he hunted, and we never had any. I mean, him and my cousin used to hunt deer, and I don't. He must have given my cousin all the deer meat because we never ever had deer meat in my house. My mom would not eat deer meat.
Oh, I love it. Is that your cat?
That's my cat.
Okay,
He's a
I knew I heard
talker.
cat.
He is a talker.
He is.
Yes, and he's asking for food right now. He wants to be fed, but he's diabetic and his food time isn't for another hour. So I have another hour of listening to him
Oh
beg.
no.
And he begs and he begs and he begs. But we'll just live with it. I do. It's kind of an everyday thing. But
Carol, you'll have a great time with your daughter and grandsons.
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, we didn't have too much. My dad only had one gun, and my first husband didn't have any guns, and my second husband had one gun, and he sold that in order to be able to pay for his casket when he passed away.
Mm-hmm.
And I think my brother got my dad's gun. I have no idea where that gun went. But the thing is, we didn't do any hunting. We had a 600-acre farm, and we raised beef, pork, and we had milk cows. So the thing is, plus we had chickens. So we never really needed to do any hunting because we always had food. We had a huge garden, a half a block long, with lots and lots of vegetables on it. So I grew up in a not really wanting anything.
Right. You were in a sustainable house.
Very sustainable, yeah. And my brother lives on the home place right now by himself, and it's by no means the way it was before. Having a big family and kids and everything, he doesn't even have any dogs anymore. All he has is a bunch of cats that he takes care of, and now the wildlife have moved in. We have a pack of coyotes down by the pond, and then we have deer and skunk and raccoons and fox, and occasionally we get a moose that comes to the farm.
There you go.
The bear do not make it this far west. They stay close to the lakes. But our farm is in the Lake Agassiz riverbed, is what it's called.
Yeah.
And
we get bear every once in a while in my area in South Carolina, and it freaks everybody out. Like, they've never even heard of a bear before. It's like, oh my God, what is that? I'm like, calm the fuck down.
We had a bear probably about 8-9 months ago. It was just walking down the highway.
I mean, they only get little black bears around here. It's not like they're getting, grizzlies walking down the street or anything.
Yeah, and the game and fish come and got them and took them back out to the woods.
Yeah.
And stuff.
Yeah, bears usually get terrified because all these people around, and they end up in a tree. And then fishing game comes and they trank them, and there's like they hold a blanket underneath so they catch them.
Yeah.
And then they trundle them off to wherever they take them to.
Which is good.
Everybody loses their mind. It's so funny. It's like, oh my God, a bear.
We had that cougar for 8 years, and everybody kept saying there's no cougars around here, and I'm like, yeah, there is, because we would hear them besides, Simba. And we had somebody stop and knock on the door because, they knew we had the cougar. And he says, your cat's loose. I said, no, he's not. He's right there in the backyard. I've already, been out there and petted him and everything. And I double checked, and I said, no, that's a cougar running around. That's not my cougar.
Yeah, don't try and pat that one.
Yeah. Don't mess with that one.
Yeah.
There was one thing that I noticed from my childhood. When I was growing up, we had as far as reptiles go, we don't up this far north. We don't have hardly any snakes.
Oh.
But we did have garter snakes, and they're really, really good at killing mosquitoes and small bugs and stuff like that. And I remember when I was a kid, there were always snakes around. They weren't venomous or anything. They just scared the living daylights out of you. That's all. But now when I go to the farm, I never see the snakes anymore. And I'm wondering if they got wiped out by the pesticides and the herbicides that the farmers put on the crops.
Probably.
No, those cats are getting them. If your brother has a bunch of cats, those cats are getting those snakes.
That too, yeah. My mom's cat.
Because with having a pond, we had lots of snakes. We had lots of snakes around the pond.
Yeah.
But the thing is, but even when I'm driving, because every year, whenever I drive, there'd be a snake that would crawl out onto the highway and it would get driven over. But I never see that anymore. And I'm just wondering if it has something to do with the pesticides that they're putting on the fields.
It's probably it's probably a factor. I mean, with the natural food resources dried up, then the snakes would have moved on. They would have migrated somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
They'll go to where the food is,
Yeah.
So it's possible.
So, because there's always mosquitoes on the farm. There was always a lot of mosquitoes, and we had woods all the way around. So the thing is, there was always a food supply for the snakes, and that was never a problem. And we only have one feral cat now. The other cats stay inside the house. So the thing is, the cats aren't, with one cat, one cat is not going to wipe out all this,
I didn't know they were all in the house.
Yeah, the cats are all in the house, except for one feral cat that my brother goes out and he feeds outside, but because that cat won't come inside. But I still, as we used to have just simply the small grains growing, the wheat, the oats, the barley, and the flax. But now we have a lot more sugar beet farmers, and that requires more pesticides and herbicides. And I'm thinking that that's what wiped out the snakes. You even go down to the parks. The parks don't have any snakes either. They're all gone. And what has come in to replace the snakes now are bats, and the DNR, which is the Department of Natural Resources. They've come in and they've put bat houses in all of the public places to cut down on the mosquito population.
Oh yeah, bats will eat a crap ton of mosquitoes.
Yeah, you can see them at night, even in the city. You can see them fluttering around the street lights.
We have bats around here at certain times of day. If I'm laying on my bed, like I go to stretch my back or whatever, I'll look out my window at dusk, and I can see them flittering around outside my window, going after the bugs and stuff. And I'm like, you get them.
Papa Jay, you still with us?
Yeah, he's just muted.
I'm hiding in the background here. I'm just hiding and listening.
Just checking on you.
Yeah. So.
Well, I know cats will get them because my cats have like a doggy door, so they can go in and out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, one of them decided to bring one in, and thank goodness it was dead, because I literally would have freaked out if they brought a snake in the house that was alive.
Oh, I got one for you. My mom's cat, Smokey, was an indoor-outdoor cat, and he liked to go hunting. We would find decapitated woodchucks and squirrels and all that fun stuff. Well, one day we're out there, and they had a big garden. My parents said it was like a 1/4 acre garden. It was pretty fucking big, which I thought was great until they started making me do the weeding. And we're out there, and it was before that though. It was like when I was 5, and I'm playing out in the grass, bloop, 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 doing my little, 5-year-old self thing. My mom's gardening. My dad's doing my mom was in her flower garden. My dad was in the vegetable garden. And I see Smokey stalking something in the grass, and I couldn't see what he was stalking. just as I went, "Hey, Mom," and she turned to look at me, the cat grabbed something with his paw and flung it, and this like 4-foot garter snake went flying at my mom's head,
Oh my gosh.
and it was still alive. She screamed and jumped out of the way. It hit the ground and slithered away. The cat looked so pissed off that the snake got away.
Oh, I would have had a heart attack right then and there.
Yeah, she pretty much did. My mom didn't like any of that. And I used to bring home salamanders and little frogs, and we had a snapping turtle had lay eggs on our hill behind our house. We actually got to watch her lay the eggs. It was the coolest thing ever. And I look out my window one day, and my neighbor, my arch nemesis from across the street, is like bending down and picking things up and throwing them. And I'm like, what is he doing? And I went out there, and he was actually picking up the baby turtles and throwing them against trees.
Oh goodness.
So after I kicked his ass, I gathered up the remaining. There were like maybe 8 turtles left. I gathered up all the little babies and I brought them in the house. My mom was like, "What is that?" And I told her what he had been doing, and she goes, "Well, that's not right." Because we had a swamp out kind of between our house and the neighbor's house in the back. It was all swampy, and that's where the snapping turtle had come from to come up, because our hill it was kind of sandy dirt, and so she just decided to dig this hole in the side of the hill and lay her eggs there. And so my mom was like, "We are not keeping snapping turtles in the house. What are you thinking?" And I'm like, "But they're babies and he was killing them." I was so upset. And she's like, "Did you hit him?" I was like, "Hell yes." She was like, "Ugh." And my dad's like, "Good for you."
I see the lizards and turtles and frogs and stuff. I don't have a problem with, but snakes, not doing it.
So my dad got a bucket, because I had just gathered all these baby turtles in my shirt, like pouched the shirt and put them in there. So my dad gets a bucket and he went with me out to the swampy area, and we let them loose about 10 feet away from the water, so they still had that process in their head of traveling,
Yeah.
and we let them go in there. But yeah, my mom would let me bring salamanders, turtles, because I did have a little turtle for a while. Um, um, I couldn't bring anything furry or slithery. Like she wouldn't let me bring snakes or like little mice or chipmunks or anything into the house, or birds.
Uh,
My dad hated birds, so like in the house, he didn't like pet birds or anything. I
the
did get
cats
one with, huh?
brought birds in alive, and then we have to catch it and get it out of the house because they're flying all around the house. It's
Yeah,
crazy.
I had to do that when I was on my drive of shame coming home from my friend's house after a very hard night. Man, we got hammered, and I'm coming home at like 5 o'clock in the morning, and there was this little flock of birds in the road. Now, usually you're driving along, the birds get the fuck out of the way, right?
Right.
So I'm driving, all of a sudden I hear thunk underneath my car, and I'm like, "What the hell?" And I look in my rearview mirror, and there's this little tiny ball rolling across the road, and I'm like, "Oh no, I hit a bird." So me being me, I turned the car around. I went back to check on it, and it was still breathing, but it was unconscious, and I wasn't going to leave it on the side of the road. So I
You
bundled
brought
it
it
up in
home?
my I bundled it up in my sweatshirt, and I brought it home, and I put it in a little box, and I put a little cup of water in there for it, and I left it down in my room. My room was in the basement. I was the girl that lived in the basement, and I went back upstairs, and I was having breakfast and all that, and I told my mom, and she's like, "Don't let your father know there's a bird in the house." I'm like, "Okay." I go down there, and the bird is not in the box. I'm like,
Oh
"What the
no.
fuck?" Bird was up in the basement window, which was like above my head level. I'm like, "Crap." And even if, I mean, there was a screen on the window, so even getting the window open wouldn't have done any good because I couldn't get the screen out. So
Right.
I had to chase the bird around my room with a towel and try and throw the towel over it. But I did get
Oh,
him out, and he was fine. He just knocked himself silly underneath my car, but no major injuries except maybe some brain damage. And I released him
the,
outside, and he flew away, or she, whichever. And you didn't know that was Papa J? Yep, that's Papa J. Bubba Claus.
Is it me or is it someone else? That's the question.
Well, Mr. POTUS, it's kind of apparent that it's you. That voice is very distinctive.
Yeah. When I was growing up, I had this cousin that it was a cousin of my dad. No, it was a niece of my dad, and she was married to a guy that did a lot of hunting. He wasn't that great of a farmer. He didn't have very much farmland, but he was very, very good when it came to hunting. And so he did. He'd hunt for pelts and stuff like that to support his family. And occasionally he'd come across wildlife that were babies that were abandoned by their moms, and so he'd bring them home to his family, and the kids took them and treated them like pets. Now, I loved going over to their house because they had pet raccoons, pet wolverines, pet chipmunks, pet eagles. They had pet everything.
And none of those animals should be kept as a pet.
Well, the thing was that they would have died in, but I think that he was keeping them long enough so that they would become able to be at least survivable.
Yeah, or he was keeping them long enough so he could skin them.
Yeah, that's possible, until they were bigger, But the kids,
they probably were not abandoned by their mother. Their mother was probably killed to be skinned.
Yeah. So anyway, but my mom absolutely hated to go there because of all these animals that were out there. And but as kids, it was like going to a zoo. I kid you not. We had the greatest time looking at these animals and watching them. And so, but so kids like to do stuff like that. Yeah. One time we decided we were going to have frog legs for supper.
Ew.
So my dad said, well, go out by the pond and get as many frog legs as you can. So he sent us out with a 5-gallon cream pail. And we went out there and we filled that thing up with frogs.
Oh, no.
It was, and the frog legs were good, but it took probably a couple thousand of them for us to have enough for a meal. So, but my mom said, we're not doing that again. It takes too much work fixing them. So
a lot of people around here will grab turtles. They'll go down to the lakes and the creeks and all that, and they'll gather up turtles because they eat them.
No, I hadn't had that. Thank goodness.
I've never. The whole hunting animals for their skin thing pisses me off to no end. I'll tell you right now. With all the fabrics available today, you don't need to hunt an animal for its pelt.
Right.
And animal skin looks better on the animal while it's living and breathing. I mean, I wouldn't talk to my dad for 2 weeks when I was, I don't know, 8 or 9, because he shot a bunny in our backyard. That wasn't even in the garden. He's like, he would have gotten in the garden. I'm like, you have a fence up. So when the woodchuck did get in the garden, he relocated it. He got a safe trap, one of the have a heart traps. and he trapped it and relocated it because he didn't even want to know what I would do if he had killed the woodchuck. But I had a little bunny funeral and planted a little crocus on its grave and everything at my house. Yeah, I did not. I didn't do the whole hunting thing at all.
Put it over there.
Well, I'm gonna go because I'm gonna go feed the cat now.
Okay.
And,
Okay. Have a good day.
Merry
Well,
Christmas, Barbara.
well, I've been laying in bed since off and on since 5 o'clock this morning, and I think it's time for me to put some clothes on.
Yeah.
So I'll probably see some of you again in some other chats. I know there's a couple this afternoon that I want to join, so we'll see you then.
All
All
right.
right.
Okay.
Carol, what'd you have for breakfast?
And we're back to food.
Well, I knew she said she was going out for breakfast, and now she's saying it was delicious. I just want to know
Yeah.
what was delicious.
Yeah, my stomach's growling. Now I'm regretting not grabbing a donut while I was out there.
No.
But when my neighbor said that to me, it kind of irritated me, and I was like, the food was the last thing on my mind. I was just irritated and wanted to get back in here on my live.
Right.
So,
Understandable. Yeah. When you get irritated, the whole train of thought changes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, Merry Christmas to you. Thank you for calling me stupid. You just reminded me of all the holidays my father ruined. Have a nice day, you know? Because my dad, every single Christmas, would cause a fight with somebody. My uncles, one of my uncles, my aunt, one of my aunts was very opinionated. You never know she was related to my mom. My grandfather, my grandfather would rip my father a new one every time he started with him. It was so funny. But my grandfather didn't really like my father all that much. Nobody really did after the first impression type of thing where he's trying to make a good impression. After that, he just starts being himself. And I'm telling you, that whole little mythos about Canadians being friendly ended at my father.
Oh.
He was the biggest asshole I have ever met in my life. I mean, he was racist, he was sexist, he was just all around issist. You know what I mean? And he would just argue with anybody for any reason. And he was always right. You could not argue with him because he was always right. Me and my dad actually got in fist fights. And he cheated. He pulled hair like a little girl. I'm like, what are you doing? Yeah.
Zach's, he's never wrong. He's always right. But I think that's part of the autism stuff.
Yeah.
And it drives me crazy.
My son does that too, and he can turn him around in a circle so that it seems like he would be right, but he's actually not.
Carol, you go into your YouTube settings and you can change your picture in there.
Yeah.
Yeah. You click,
Go to your channel.
Papa J will tell you, Bubba Claus will tell you how to do it.
Yeah.
You just go to YouTube and click on your little picture to go to your channel. And then do customize channel. And it's right there where it should be.
It'll either let you take a picture or pick a picture.
Oh, my back is killing me. So excuse me if I sound a little farther away. I have to lay backwards to stretch my back out the other way.
It's okay.
My dog is in the perfect position to be a pillow right now, too. If you hear me snoring, it's not on purpose, okay?
If we hear snoring, keep everybody entertained, right?
Yeah. I have fallen asleep on this dog like this before. Like I'm watching a movie, and I'll lean back to stretch my back, and the dog is in this perfect position, and I've actually fallen asleep on the dog.
Oh, goodness.
I end up waking up when she stands up. I'm like, wait, pillows aren't supposed to move. What are you doing?
Right.
Actually, Carol, you don't click on customize channel. You just click, once you get into your channel, just click on your picture. Click on the C. and it'll let you take a picture or upload something.
And Simi is such a good girl too. I can lay here with my head on her, and she just didn't even twitch. She's just like, whatever. She's a good girl. Look, Marty's back up on her box, staring at me.
Like, what are you doing?
Actually, I
What
think
you
she's sleeping. She's sleeping with her eyes open. She didn't even blink.
Oh,
Oh, now she moved. Okay, starting to scare me there.
oh my gosh.
Yeah, my mom didn't even tell me what she was making for dinner, but usually for Christmas she does ham. She used to do turkey, but
Well, the last few years since Bill, we used to make a big old meal at, Thanksgiving. Well, actually we started it before he passed. And then a big meal at Christmas. And he's like, we need to change it up, which it was still a big meal, but you could do a lot of it the day before and just pop it in the oven.
yeah.
So one year we do lasagna and stuff. And then the next year I would do, because he loved my chicken spaghetti. And so I'd do a big old, a couple big pans of chicken spaghetti, and we'd swap it each year. And we did that until, well, this year.
Yeah.
And so, because they were like, we need to put something else in the rotation besides lasagna and chicken spaghetti. So we just decided to do the ham and everything.
Well, I remember my mom would do Thanksgiving at her house, and of course it was huge production. Always had a turkey. And my aunt always brought lasagna. My aunt's lasagna never tasted right to me because I was raised with my mom's lasagna. And then one day my aunt's like, so the eggplant lasagna came out good. And I'm like, what?
Oh.
And she would, instead of ricotta cheese, she would use cottage cheese.
Now, see, I do that. I just take the cottage cheese and eggs and mix it together really good.
But the combination of eggplant and the wrong kind of cheese was just not doing it for me. So after that, I wouldn't eat her lasagna, and she didn't understand why. I was like, I don't like eggplants.
Yeah. Well, my mama used to do the lasagna all the time, and then I started doing it. My uncle's like, Mary, this is the best lasagna you've ever made. And she's like, Bonnie made that.
Right.
She's a little upset.
Now, I've mentioned before that Issa can't cook, right?
Yeah.
So John had mentioned that he loved my lasagna. So of course Issa was like, "Oh, I make an awesome lasagna." No, she didn't. She'd never made lasagna before in her life, right? And John's like, "Well, Kodi can help you, show you how she makes hers." And she goes, "I can do it." And I'm like, "All right, well, there's hamburger in the fridge." And we had all the ingredients for it because I had picked it up because John had mentioned that he wanted lasagna. So I was like, "All right." And he hadn't had a cheat, quote unquote, cheat meal in a while because this is after he had his heart surgery and he had to eat healthy.
Right.
So I was like, all right, well, you can have the lasagna for your cheat meal. And he goes, yes, So I'm sitting in my room, which was right next to the kitchen, and I hear thunk. And I'm like, what in the hell was that? Because it was something hitting a pan,
Right.
And I get up and I go out, and there's this chunk of frozen hamburger. I mean, 2 pounds of frozen hamburger in the frying pan. And I'm like, what you doing? She goes, making lasagna. I'm like, are we eating next week? And she's like, what do you mean? I was like, the hamburger's frozen. Why didn't you use the stuff that was in the fridge? She goes, there's a difference? I'm like,
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, a little bit. And John was like, Issa, we don't want to die. Get out of the kitchen and let Kodi make the lasagna. Luckily, the pan was still cold. She hadn't turned the pan on first. So I was able to just grab the hamburger, put it back in the freezer bag, and put it back in the freezer. And I grabbed the fresh hamburger that we had and made lasagna. And she pouted the whole time. She ate like 3 plates of lasagna, but she pouted through it all.
I love lasagna.
I do too.
Then I love the chicken spaghetti.
I like chicken spaghetti. We used to for the kids we used to do hot dog spaghetti too.
Oh, I've not done that. But the kids all love the chicken spaghetti too.
Because
Mhm.
we'd fry the hot dogs in like a frying pan with some butter. You slice them a little bit, and so they don't explode. And you fry the hot dogs, and then you cut them up, and you put it in with the spaghetti. It's really good.
Mm. I
I
put
can't.
bell peppers in my chicken spaghetti, olives,
Ew,
all that kind of stuff. Velveeta, cream
ew.
chicken,
Velveeta
cream
is not
recipe.
cheese.
Huh?
My
I
do-
know,
my
but I put it in there.
my oldest daughter loves Velveeta. I can't stand that stuff.
It makes it nice and cheesy and creamy.
Well, it doesn't make it cheesy because Velveeta is a cheese food. It's not
Well,
cheese. It's cheese flavored.
there we go. Well,
I put when I make spaghetti sauce or like a pasta sauce, I use roasted red peppers. I don't like bell peppers
where am I
that much.
hearing a kid at?
That was me.
That was him.
Okay.
So I
It's a
like I
cute
like
little girl on Instagram. She's got such a cute voice.
I like orange and red and yellow bell peppers. I don't like the green ones.
I would use
Green bell
the
peppers.
green.
Green bell peppers are too bitter to me. I like sweeter peppers, so I use the other colors.
Yeah.
And I'll put mushrooms and things, but I don't like
Oh,
olives, so those don't come
well,
anywhere. Yuck.
I don't like olives either, but I would chop them up really, really, really fine, and then I could handle it.
See, if they
And
were
make
gonna, if they're that fine, there's no point in them being there. You know what I mean? So
well, I do it for me. It was my compromise because Bill wants olives, and I don't like olives, so you got to do something to compromise.
my compromise would have been handing him a plate of spaghetti and throwing some olives on top of it and going there's your olives.
No,
But the
gotta
rest
be
of the
keeping all
spaghetti
the
is safe for
goodness.
the rest of the spaghetti is safe for the rest of us. We had to do that with a lot of the foods that we made. John liked hot, spicy food. I cannot tolerate any kind of spice, like heat spice in my food. And
Mm.
so like when he'd make taco, we'd have taco night, and even mild taco seasoning I cannot handle. So mine would get made. He'd made one pan with burrito mix and one pan with the taco seasoning, and we'd actually end up with burritos, not tacos, but I'd end up with mine, which were nice and mild, and him and the rest of the family would have the other 5 pounds of freaking meat, and and they'd eat all the spicy stuff. When he made Empress chili, which is basically just Cincinnati chili, it's where most of his family is originally from. He'd have to do a really mild form of it for me, and
Yeah,
the
I'd
rest of
have
it.
to get on to Bill and say, you got to remember, the kids and I can't handle what you handle.
Yeah. So
But he made a
yes,
really good chili.
he learned after the first time. He said, "Hey, try this," and it was so spicy it burnt my nose hairs out. And then I made him taste the Marmite.
Oh,
That payback was a bitch, and I have a long memory. He never asked me to try any spicy food ever again. Um, but it's like my faculties all had forewarning of it. I could tell if something was spicy from 10 feet away. I'm like, get that away from me. So, but yeah, I'd buy him his jalapenos and I'd get him his banana peppers or whatever. We'd order his pizzas with what he wanted on his pizza. We could not split a pizza because that stuff would get on my side, and I'm no.
right.
So
Yeah, well, we didn't split a pizza with Bill either because he'd have anchovies on. I don't do anchovies.
yeah, I don't do anchovies either.
No.
But
I know there's people out there that love them, but I just don't do them.
the kids adapted to John's taste for food. So Kayla and Johnny loved spicy food. They absolutely loved it. So I was like the picky eater kid that had their own little their own little section of food that was just for me.
Right.
But it's because spicy food, I mean, I'm very, very sensitive to spices. So anything that has heat in it, I will not be able to taste my food for 3 days. And who wants to go through that? So that and it hurts.
Right. There's a few things that I won't eat because we had it all the time growing up, like beans. I won't eat beans unless it's in chili. I cannot handle beans. Will not eat beans
Mm.
because we had it all the time.
Yeah.
Eggs. My dad had like 30 some chickens, so he would bring us eggs like every day. So I was breaking eggs up over the dog food, you name it, and I got sick of eggs.
Oh,
So I very seldom eat eggs. Every once in a while, I'll have an omelet. Now, if it's cooked in something, yeah, like potato salad, stuff like that. As long as it's chopped fine and I don't get a big old chunk of it, I'm good. But but greens, collard greens, and all that can't. No, just had too many of them growing up. It was like at least twice a week we'd have them, and I'm like, nope, can't do it.
See, John adapted to okra and collard greens really quickly when we moved to South Carolina. I cannot stand either of those two things.
Now I can handle fried okra. I like fried okra, but any other way, no, because it's too slimy and nasty.
It's gross.
Yeah, well, fried is okay, but the rest, no.
Okra's good.
Um,
Okra's good roasted in the oven too.
Merry Christmas, Bobby.
Merry Christmas, Bobby.
Bobby.
He also turned me off of grits because I grew up north. We didn't have grits. We had oatmeal. You know what I mean? And I
Yeah,
didn't like that.
I
So
don't do grits.
I didn't even know what grits were. We moved down here and he's like, "Oh, look, grits." And I'm like, "What are grits?" And he went, "Cow brains." And I looked at him and I'm like, "That's not funny." And he insisted that's what they were until I walked over and grabbed the package and actually read what it was. But
Right.
after that, I can't get the cow brain thing out of my head. When I think grits, I think cow brain. So no.
I don't do oatmeal or pancakes. Usually it has to be French toast or waffles. I can't do pancakes because one summer, uh, my sister and I went to Maryland for the summer because mom was having surgery, and my uncle every day would either make pancakes or oatmeal and put some kind of flavoring in it, and you had to guess what flavor it was.
Merry Christmas, Maury. Yeah, I love pancakes. I actually had pancakes last week a couple of times. I'm
Merry
out of
Christmas,
pancake.
Maury.
I'm out of pancake mix now.
Maury.
And I forgot to have my mom put it on the list. I was like, whoops.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I like French toast, but I don't keep milk in the house because the last two times that my mom's, and I told her, I said, just get me a half a gallon because it's just for like if I make an omelet or
Yeah.
scrambled eggs or something, I add a little bit of milk. And I ended up not making it because I wasn't feeling up to going through all of the process of back and forth to the fridge and the stove and making it, all that crap. I just wasn't up for it. And the milk ended up sitting in the fridge and unopened until it went bad. And then I felt like I was wasting her money. So
Yeah.
I told her, unless you get me like a pint of milk, like the little quarts of milk or whatever. I was like, don't get me a half gallon even. It's a waste, So
Good morning, Carol Ann, and Merry Christmas.
morning, Carol Ann. Merry
Hey,
Christmas.
Carol Ann.
So because I don't like wasting money and I don't like wasting food. So,
Yeah.
when money is tight and food is scarce, I don't like wasting it. But if I just do not feel up to making anything with it, then it sits there because I don't have any chocolate milk mix. So I can't drink plain milk. It's just, I like chocolate milk and I don't have any chocolate milk mix. My son used all mine.
I'm kind of weird when it comes to drinking the white milk. It has to be in a glass, not plastic. And I put an ice cube or two in there because it's got to be really, really cold. And then I can drink it. It's crazy.
I used to make chocolate milk in a Gatorade bottle. I did the little, like not the little tiny bottles, but the next size up,
Right.
And I would, because it had a lid on it, and I learned.
You could shake it.
After my ergonomic keyboard bit the dust because I had a cat that ran across my keyboard, and my chocolate milk was sitting in a glass next to it, and the cup went over right onto my keyboard. You cannot clean chocolate milk out of a keyboard.
Nope.
No.
So after that, I learned to never ever have an open container of liquid anywhere near my electronics.
Right.
So I took one of the Gatorade bottles and I made my chocolate milk in that. And then when it got down to about a quarter, I would take the bottle and I would go and I'd tilt it on its side in the fridge or in the freezer. And the next day, I'd make chocolate milk in it again, and all that milk would be frozen. So my chocolate milk would be really, really frozen, and it would kind of be like a chocolate milk slushy
Yeah.
There you
because the
go.
ice, the ice, it starts breaking up. So it was so good. But
That's what
I
I
don't,
like buying better than ice cream is just take chocolate milk and put it in the freezer for a couple hours and
yeah.
let it form crystals.
And my mom's like, I can get you chocolate milk mix, and I was like, it's not really a necessity expense, Every like I asked her this time, I was like, Mom, do you think you can pick me up chocolate ice cream? Usually she'll pick me up like the Haagen-Dazs because there's small containers, and I could just bring the whole container into my room and I eat that, And she got me a half gallon. Well, it's not really a half gallon anymore, but what used to be a half gallon,
Right.
of Breyers, and I don't have an ice cream scoop, and I don't have any spoons that are strong enough to scoop ice cream. I'm like, how the hell am I supposed to eat this? So I do have a serving spoon I can use, and I have little plastic containers, but
Yeah.
it's more inconvenient because then I have something else I have to wash as opposed to the little, pints of ice cream, and then I just throw the container away.
Right.
So I don't know why she got the half gallon this time. I have no idea. But I didn't complain because she bought it for me and she didn't say anything about getting me anything extra.
Right. Oh,
But I
don't do
try
that.
and
Oh,
aside from my potato chips, and my soda, I try to get everything oriented. Any food that I ask her to pick up, I orient around meals. You know, I don't ask for a lot of extras, but the chips and the soda are the bubbles make my mouth feel better, and chips are just I'd starve to death if I didn't have my potato chips.
The girls, they did me instead of putting stuff in my stocking, they did me a treat box. It's
Hmm.
got regular plain ruffled chips and dip, barbecue chips, 2 big bags of candy cane kisses, iced oatmeal, cookies, um, Butterfingers, little Hershey bars, Tootsie Rolls, Diet Cokes, and some like Thin Mint cookies. They
hmm.
fixed me right up.
Yeah, I
There you
saw
go.
that. Saw that this morning when I turned on my Facebook.
Uh huh.
I only like plain chips. Oh, you got a
Oh,
ninja dessert maker. Nice.
that is nice, Carol Ann. Yeah, Bobby, I watched kind of stuff, not too bad, but we don't want you to be the Pillsbury Doughboy.
Yeah.
But enjoy what you eat.
Yeah. Ham is so high in sodium.
Yeah. That country ham is even worse. Oh my gosh. Bill would get that country salted ham.
Yeah.
I'm like, you can't be eating that stuff. It was a fight after he had his first heart attack trying to make sure he ate what he was supposed to and not eat what he was supposed to. Oh,
Yeah. John had 2 heart attacks on the same day and ended up having to do triple bypass surgery.
yeah.
And so, you know, Issa goes out and grabs food and stuff, and she brings home all this microwave crap, like microwave chimichangas and this. I'm like, what are you doing? And she goes, well, we needed food. I'm like, that's not food. He's not supposed to eat that. And she goes, well, I don't know what to get. And I was like, ugh. So I ended up going to the store and I ended up cooking for him from scratch. So that way I could make sure I knew pretty much what was going into the food. I mean, the spaghetti sauce and stuff that I made wasn't completely from scratch because I didn't like pick the tomatoes and stew them and all that, but
Right.
I made sure I got the stuff with like no salt added
Yeah.
and things like that. And I was out there trimming fat off a chicken and all kinds of shit, which
Yeah.
is why I ended up getting decent knives because working with dull knives when you have to do that shit sucks. So I invested in some chef knives.
We switched into fresh or frozen vegetables. Um, we'd get, he loved burritos, breakfast burritos. So I would get like, the lean stuff and no salt.
Yeah.
sausage. Well, not sausage, but like turkey sausage, that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
And
we
cut
switched
into
him to
bell
turkey
peppers
bacon.
and do the egg beaters and stuff and make a whole bunch of breakfast burritos up where all you had to do is pop them in the microwave, heat them up, and go.
Yeah.
So that worked. Just trying to
Yeah,
make it
we
easy.
switched on to turkey bacon. And we had to try a couple of different brands before we found one that he actually liked, and it was actually not that bad, and it was ironically enough Walmart brand,
Yeah.
so which I was glad of because it was cheaper than the other kinds.
And we got rid of the salt in the house and done all that stuff. Used Tony Chachery's. They have a no sodium Tony Chachery's, so we did all that.
Yeah,
The
and
hard part
I
is
actually when I was cooking, I didn't use any salt in the food at all, and I used I started using a lot of different herbs and things, and he loved everything I made. And Issa was so pissed off because I mean that girl would hurt herself boiling soup, you know.
yeah.
She would
That
put,
sounds neat, Carol Ann.
but then when I moved to North Carolina, she went right back to buying that processed food and crap, and I'm like,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah, you got the way we were told is anything over 300 milligrams a serving, stay away from it. So it'd take forever in the store because we'd check all the backs of the packages and everything, making sure, the sodium and stuff like that. The hardest part was when he had to limit his fluid intake. Oh my goodness. Trying to get him to stay away from, because he always kept a cup of water and a thing of Pepsi right next to him all the time, drinking on it. And I'm like, you can't have that much. And anything that melts, you have to consider that a liquid. Is like, oh my God. And he loved those Italian ices.
yeah.
He'd eat those all the time. I'm like, you can't have all that stuff.
Yeah, John got all happy and he's like, "Look, I found turkey burgers," and comes running over to me and brings them to me. And they were Jenny O. And I looked at him. I said, "You think this is healthy because it says turkey on it, right?" And he goes, "Yeah." And I turned it over, and oh my God, the sodium in those fucking things. I was
Right?
like, "Yeah." I was like, "Yeah, you're not eating that. Go put them back." He was like, "But," I'm like, "No, go put them back."
Welcome back, Hot Mess.
Welcome back, hotness.
Amy.
But yeah, he hated going grocery shopping and having to look at the labels and stuff. He would bring stuff to me and go, "Here, can I eat this?"
Bill got good about it after a while of doing it. He got good because he was the one that normally did the grocery shopping. And he did because, if you go anywhere with him, you're going to be there for hours because he never meets a stranger. And he talked to everybody. So I was like, you're just going to have to go do the grocery shopping. Because I can't stay in that store for no 2-3 hours. There's no way.
It would take me that long to walk through Walmart because I had to walk slow because of my back.
Uh, right, Hot Mess? Being the elf, it's a hard, rough job.
Yeah.
Well, you're the right size to be an elf, that ass. She'd be a badass elf today.
Ugh.
But yeah, Issa couldn't read a label if it read itself out loud. She would still be confused. So, but we all ate really well and really healthy when I was cooking from scratch.
Yeah.
And once a week he would get a cheat meal. So 9 times out of 10 he picked shepherd's pie, which is actually cottage pie, but just for the sake that I just always called it shepherd's pie. I would make that for him.
Oh, we didn't do cheat meals because if I let him cheat one day, he would try to push those boundaries.
Yeah, John knew better than to push boundaries with me.
And he loved fried pork chops.
Yeah.
So I would start, all the breading and all that, and I would just put, and we even changed our butter because they had a good butter with no sodium and stuff in it. And I would just put a little butter in the pan and put the pork chops in there and cook them, and then I would saute mushrooms with garlic and put that over the pork chops. He was okay with that. He could handle that instead of fried ones. So at least I got that one right.
Yay! Tell them I said hi and Merry Christmas. Yeah, it was. I mean, I love cooking, and I have no problem following a recipe, and I'll follow it exactly the first time if
And
I've
then you
never
tweak
made it
it,
before, and then after that I adapt it a little bit, you know.
right?
And there are still recipes from that cookbook because what I did was I got a cookbook from the library. It's from the Heart Association, American Heart Association, and it was low fat, no salt cooking. And so I started making all the recipes from that. And I did learn that I couldn't make the ranch dressing though, because I swear to God, the people were drinking it out of the jar. It was
Mhm.
gone in like a day. And it was like a half-gallon jar of this shit. I'm like, no more. Because that's got buttermilk in it. And even low fat buttermilk has a pretty good fat content. I'm like, you're not supposed to drink it like it's milk. I'm like, what are you doing? Apparently it was really good. I don't know. I didn't get any. But
Hot mess. I know it's a rough time, but maybe make a new tradition like in memory, and that'll kind of help some each year.
yeah. But I asked when I moved to North Carolina, I asked Issa to return that book to the library. When I came back 3.5 months later, I found it in the trunk of her car.
Oh goodness gracious!
So the library was already charging me like $25 for the book, so I just kept it. I'm like, screw it.
Right.
I gave them their money. I kept the book,
Welcome back, Darlene.
and I still make recipes out of that. The food's
What are you
good.
working on, Darlene? What picture?
I mean, the food is good and it's healthy. So
Yeah.
I mean,
Right.
if it tasted horrible, I wouldn't eat it.
Right.
But just about every recipe that I tried out of there was good. So
Yeah.
Oh man.
I think somebody outside or next door or across the street got them a new lawn tool because I hear like a blower or something going.
mm,
Testing it out. I don't think I have any leaves. I was gonna say they can always come over to my house and do it.
I think all these have blown across the county. It is really windy out here today.
It's not windy today here. My chimes aren't going.
Oh, she can't tell you who it's for, Bonnie. It's for someone we all know. It's a surprise.
Okay. Well then we'll just wait until they show it.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, Bobby Ann. Do a good job.
Still got me those big old, I mean like 2, 3 foot long, big old wind chimes out on the front porch.
Oh,
And I
cool.
love when the wind gets them going.
I have wind chimes. John was going to put them up, but he never got a chance to.
Well,
And
he brought
now,
the one home and hung it up, because he would always just go to town and he'd see something he thought I liked, he'd bring it home. And he brought the one wind chime home, and um, he said they have another one it's a little bigger than this one, but they were like over $200, almost $300 these wind chimes. And I was like, well, that'd be nice, but that's before I knew how much they were. And I said, then we'd have one on each side of the porch right at the front entrance part.
yeah.
And I said, we'll just, we'll get it another time. And about an hour or two later, he's like, I'm going to go to town. I was like, okay. Because, he did that on a daily basis. He went back up there and got the other ones and brought them back.
Mm.
I'm like, we could have waited on that. We didn't have to get them right now. He's like, yeah, but I wanted to.
Yeah, I don't have anybody to hang the wind chimes up now. I actually found them because they ended up in a box with stuff that ended up out in my studio. So they actually have to go into the storage room. But yeah, I can't put them up now. So
Oh, I'm sorry, hot mess. I didn't know. And then when my mom passed, my cousin Rainey sent me one with on each of the chime parts. It has words going down and it says a whole big old thing for my mom. And I
Yeah.
thought that was neat. So it's in the middle. So right across the front, I have 3, and then on down because my porch goes from one side of the house to the other. I've got wind chimes all around. So when the wind going, I really got it going on out there.
Yeah, I told John, I was like, we could put the wind chimes up, and it was payback for all the neighbors having their loud parties.
Yeah. Well, I hope you get through all of it with very little incident and everything works out, Hot Mess. And it all works out for you.
I hope the monsters spontaneously combust.
Right.
And that it's a slow burn. Happy holidays.
Yeah, burn one nerve ending at a time.
Yep.
Good.
Yeah.
You need somebody always to help you. Somebody to vent to. Because it's so much easier getting it out than keeping it in. I think that's one of the biggest things I miss about Bill not being here is having somebody to talk to and vent to and help me work through stuff and all. Because you can't vent to your kids.
No.
And then they complain that you never talk to them about anything.
Right. But some things you just don't need to talk to them about.
Nope.
But and sometimes you got to vent about them, you know. You love them dearly, but you got to vent.
I had to vent about mine a lot. And since John wasn't here for me to vent to about my son, everybody on YouTube got to hear about it.
Pizza or sandwich? Is there any pizza left? Okay, we'll do a sandwich. Okay.
Well, my mom and family are probably sitting down to eat right now.
Check your water, please. Okay. Yeah, he's pulling a rascal being a rug. Check their water. Pumpkin just came in late in the middle. Just he got halfway and just laid down in the middle of the floor like I can't make it no more. Rascal usually does that, and we call him a rug when he does it because I mean he just plunks down and spreads out. And Pumpkin is doing it now. It's funny. Zach said he's pulling a rascal, right? I mean, he literally gets halfway through the floor or across the room and just plunks down.
It's too far away. Bring the water to me, servant.
Right. Animals are funny.
Yeah, they are.
I swear the neighbors or somebody's got catnip somewhere outside. Because usually Pumpkin will go outside and he'll be calm. And then he comes back in and he's like zipping all over the house, bouncing off the walls like a ping pong. And I'm like, whoever's giving him catnip needs to stop it now.
I don't give these beasts catnip. We're in an enclosed area. I'm not dealing with that. They can do without getting high. If I have to go without it, they can go without it.
Well, he's still a kitten too, so you know he's got that playfulness going on. But
yeah, well, these guys are only
mighty.
These two beasts are only 2 years old, so they're still babies.
Oh, he's not even a year old. He's maybe 6 months old.
And mine don't go outside. My cat.
Mine do, and they hang out right around. Well, see, my daughter lives right next door, and the house beside her is empty, so they hang out in these 3 yards and houses.
Yeah,
So, which
my
works
cats
out.
never go outside. I had a cat get out once when I lived in the city, um, and because my kid's father came home at 2 o'clock in the morning, and when he opened the door, the cat bolted, and I had him out there until 4 o'clock in the morning looking for my cat.
Ugh.
He finally said, "I'm done looking for the cat." I'm like, "No, you're not, because you don't have the cat yet." And he went to bed, and I woke up the next morning and my cat was dead in the middle of the street.
Yeah.
So, nope.
Right? They're rotten, aren't they, Hot Mess?
They are. Cats are assholes, man. They're born to be assholes. And
Rascal's pretty calm.
when you have one that has one eye and a chip on her shoulder,
Hmm.
Mardi Gras is a bully. She is. She has to be alpha bitch in everything. She dominates on Onyx so bad, to the point of being a bully, and I have to put her in check and be like, "Look, leave my cat alone." Because Marty was John's cat and Onyx was my cat. But when John died, I kept Marty because Marty hated Issa. I mean, it was like the cat's mission in life to make Issa bleed.
Yes.
She would. Every time Issa came in the room, Marty would come from out of nowhere. I mean, she could have been dead asleep. As soon as Issa opened that door, Marty would bolt and attack her. It was crazy. Cat didn't do it with anybody else except Issa.
Cinnamon hisses at all the. She's the only female. She hisses at all the others and the dogs and you name it. It's like, get away from me. Not dealing with you.
My cat Lucky that I had for 16 years or so, she was my mama kitty. She mothered all the animals when they were babies. But if they bucked up on her, she would put them in check. She put a 18-month-old huge pit bull. He had to weigh a good 150 pounds. He come charging at her, and she went up on her back feet and thumped him on the nose, and he actually face planted on the floor. And that dog never bothered that cat again.
Yeah.
And like with Max, John's Roddy Bloodhound mix that I got him, Max tried to play with her. Lucky was having none of that, and she thumped him, and then she was up on top of the coffee table, and he was underneath it. And every time he tried to come up from under the coffee table, she'd do that, and he'd hide back under the table. I watched this for 15 minutes before I rescued the dog. I was like, that's funny as fuck.
Have a great day, Hot Mess, and enjoy the little ones.
Give the girls hugs for me. Well, her little ones are teenagers, but
oh, okay.
Give them all hugs for me. Tell them I love them and Merry Christmas.
They're still her little ones, so it'll work out.
Yeah, Lucky didn't put up with no shit from anybody. Nobody. Cat, dog, person, she didn't put up with nothing. She was a tortie. She was part Siamese and she was all tortie, and she had the attitude of both.
Yeah. My Smokey, he was half Siamese, half tiger stripe. So pretty. So pretty. And Rascal's a black and gray tortie, and Pumpkin is an orange tortie, which is so pretty.
Yeah.
He's Rascal and Cinnamon's baby.
Well, these little bitches are black and white. Marty actually she kind of looks like an orca, the way that her coloring is.
Mm-hmm.
And Onyx is mostly black. She's got a white on her belly and on her chest and on 2 of her back toes.
Oh, Cinnamon's orange and white. Rascal and Pumpkin, like I said, are torties. And then I have Lucas. He's gray. He's a big old fat boy.
And Marty actually started off as a calico. When we adopted her, she had brown on her.
Wow.
After a month, the brown fell out, and now she's just black and white. But that's why she got the name Mardi Gras, because when you have an animal that's got 3 colors, they're considered a tricolor or a party color.
Right.
And John always wanted to go to Mardi Gras. So I was like, well, you've got a party cat. Might as well name it Mardi Gras.
Yeah. There you go.
So he did. Unfortunately, the party never freaking stops.
We had, when we lived out in the country, we had Shoe that, that had the bobtail,
Yeah.
and it was a male and female, and they were Cupid and Stupid were their names.
But
Loved them.
Marty definitely has attitude. I mean, she is blind in one eye. She was like that when we adopted her. And she dominates everything. She was an outdoor cat too. They found her a couple of streets over from us. She was
Yeah.
picked up by animal control. Whereas
Now, see,
Onyx was born and raised in someone's house and then dumped at the shelter. So
Saber and our animal control guy, because we couldn't find Cinnamon for a couple of days, and I called, and he had picked her up because the neighbor 2 houses on the other way said some kittens were getting on her porch, and she was complaining about it. And I guess Cinnamon went over that way, and he picked her up. And now that he knows it's ours, he won't pick her up again. But he says, I don't normally pick up cats at all unless, he said there's no ordinance for it unless somebody complains, and then I'll, set
Yeah.
out a trap. But he said, now that I know she's yours, I won't touch her. If she's in a trap, I'll just release her for you. So
well,
that was good.
my neighborhood is like Catopia. We have the lady that lives across the street and up one house, Miss May. She's an elderly woman, and
Yeah.
she feeds all the cats. So there's got to be about 30 or 40 that come running every time she comes out with the bucket, and
Yeah,
she feeds them all.
there's
So
a house like a block and a half down the road. He had at least 20 some cats in his house,
yeah,
and then he had a bunch on the outside. And his son was off to college, and he had just gone to the laundromat to do laundry. I don't even know how old his daughter was. He left her home asleep. Thank goodness she woke up because their house caught on fire.
oh my god,
And they lost all but maybe 5 of the cats on the inside, because both my boys are on the fire department. He said that was the most awful thing, seeing and smelling all those cats. He said that was awful.
yeah,
He said, but there was cats coming out of everywhere.
oh yeah.
And there's
Well,
no telling how many he had on the outside he was feeding.
she doesn't have any cats inside. She has like a Chihuahua and some other puppy that she got. She's got a dog outside. It's a small dog. It doesn't belong outside. But yeah. And she's got this tiny little Chihuahua inside, and then this puppy that she got, which is starting to get bigger, which will probably get to a certain size, and she'll throw him out in the kennel too.
Yeah.
But she doesn't have any indoor cats. She just feeds all the outdoor cats. She had one of the cats that had babies, apparently didn't like how crowded it was over there, brought her kittens up onto our porch. And I'm like, okay, I'm fine with that. Except Issa tried to feed it. I'm like, don't give the cat food. It will never go away if you start feeding it. And she goes, but it's hungry. I'm like, and Miss May feeds them. I'm like, you don't need to feed them too. And
right.
I was like, matter of fact, I was like, why don't you take them back over to Miss May's? Maybe Mama Cat will get the idea not to bring her kittens onto our porch. Because there were 4 kittens, and they were cute. But they weren't in the best of health either. And I'm not taking on that responsibility for outdoor cats. I have enough to do with the ones in the house.
Right.
And she picked up one of the kittens and started walking over to Miss May's. And Miss May came over and accused us of stealing her cats. I'm like, they're feral outdoor cats. How can someone steal them? And she got very, very irritated and irate at us. And I was like, look, I'm not controlling the mama cat who brought her kittens over here. And she goes, well, you took my kittens. And I'm like, I was like, Issa, help her take the kittens back over there. So they each grabbed a couple of kittens. They brought them over there. The next day, those kittens were back up on our porch.
He still goes over there to the house and feeds those cats that are still left every day. He plans on rebuilding once he tears that house down.
Yeah.
It's still partway standing. But thank goodness the girl got out of the house and called 911.
Yeah, definitely.
That would have been, scary thing.
Well, when we moved into this house, there were 2 black cats that were hanging around. I can't remember the brother's name, but the one that stuck around this part of the neighborhood His name was 8 Ball.
Ugh.
And he belonged to the people that had lived here before us. They just decided to move and leave their cats behind. And
Right.
he used to chill out on our porch all the time, and all the neighbors fed him. We put out food for him. Everybody fed this cat. Well, he was like the thug master of the neighborhood. He would like walk right down the middle of the street. Car coming, dogs in the hood. He didn't care. He was so thug. He'd just walk right down the middle of the street. Cars would actually stop. And he would go around them and be right back in the middle of the street. And he fathered most of the kittens in this neighborhood. He got in a lot of fights, and he actually passed away on our porch. I want to say November, before John died. He was getting in fights constantly, and he would have wounds that were infected, and he wouldn't let you near him, even if you had stuff to treat it with, So
Right.
he recovered from so many of them. I mean, you could smell the infection from 20 feet away, but he would recover from it and all that. And then that winter, he was not looking well at all. And I had Issa put an upside down cooler out there, the styrofoam coolers, and you tape the top to it and you cut a hole, and they can kind of go in there, and their body heat will keep them warm.
Right.
But she had drawers stacked up, like dresser drawers stacked up next to the door, and we found him sleeping in there a few times. So she put a couple of blankets in the top one, and like 3 days later, that's where we found him. He had already passed. So apparently, one of those infections he was not able to recover from.
Welcome back,
But-
Bobby.
Welcome back. But he was here for about 4 years after we moved here. He was wandering around out there fathering more babies. So yeah, the population that's out there, they're descended from him, because he chased all the male cats out of the neighborhood.
Stud of the neighborhood.
Yeah, he was. Yes, she was. But we had 3 cats when we moved into this house, so there's no way. I mean, if I hadn't had a cat, or she hadn't had a cat, whatever, I probably would have taken him in and had him fixed and gotten his shots and all of that, and he would have been an indoor cat. But we already had too many pets. We had 3 dogs, and we had 2 cats and 3 dogs. So in a basically 2-bedroom house. So no, it was already way too many animals.
I got 4 cats, 3 dogs, 2 kids in the house.
Well, I have a bear and a dog and 2 cats. I would be the bear.
Well, I figured that.
And a hell of a lot of holiday spiders that won't go away.
They're just getting ready for Halloween next year.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah, I'm pre-decorated. I swear I'm just going to throw glitter on these damn dust webs and call it decoration.
That'd be a easy way to see them so you don't roll into them.
Well, yeah. And they will. These spiders are very industrious. I'll go out there. I mean, I go out there a couple of times a day, and from the time in the morning until the time in the afternoon, I'll go wheeling through my living room, and as I get to the entryway into my kitchen, I'll get a web like right across my forehead. I'm like, what the hell? Like, stop webbing my house. Yeah, they're quick. They're quick. But like, ugh, go away. There's one out in my utility room, like hovering above my washing machine, and I keep thinking it's dead because it's cold out there, and like I'll blow air at the web, and the web will move, and the spider will start twitching, and I'm like, oh crap, that thing's still alive.
Oh, no.
But it's in the same damn spot every time I go out there. It hasn't moved. I'm like, are you just waiting to die? What are you doing?
Maybe it's waiting to have babies.
No, there's no egg sac or anything there. We had a big orb weaver, one of the rider spiders, on our porch that put like a 6-foot web on our porch from one post to the other. And it laid this huge egg sac underneath the railing. The spider ended up disappearing after a while. John named him Fred. And the spider took off. Spider probably died, but the eggs never hatched. The thing is still hanging off the porch. Okay.
Oh, God.
Those damn rider spiders get huge, man. And their webs are gigantic. It's like, God. I did not have to deal with stuff like that up north. I'm like, what in the hell is that? And John caught one night. I was working Walmart, and I had worked at like a third shift because every once in a while I would run the overnight shift because people don't think there's any security or loss prevention in there, and they'll go in there in the middle of the night and steal. When it was 24 hours.
Right.
So I pulled a midnight one and an overnight, and I come home at like 4 o'clock in the morning. And I didn't bother turning the light on because we always had like a night light on in the bathroom, the master bathroom. So I didn't have to turn the lights on. And I lay down and I hear tap, 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 tap. I'm like, what in the fuck is that? Because it was coming from in the room. It wasn't against the window or anything. And I'm like, what the hell? And it kept going and going. And I couldn't get to sleep. It was driving me crazy. I finally sat up, turned the light on. And John had this little plastic terrarium next to his side of the bed with a freaking rider spider in it. And I'm like, no, why is that in my house? And so I kicked him and he was like, huh, what? I'm like, what is that doing in my house? He goes, oh, isn't it cool? I found it outside. I'm like, put it back outside. He goes, but it's cool. I want to keep him. I'm like, no. He goes, why? I was like, because it's nocturnal. He goes, how do you know? I said, because it's making a lot of noise. And he goes, no, it's not. And I turned the light back off and immediately tap, 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 because it was trying to get out, And I was like, take it outside now. Or you and the spider are sleeping on the couch. So
Bobby, how long's your hair?
He took it back outside.
That worked.
John was a catch and release kind of guy. He didn't like to kill spiders. He would catch them and put them outside. Had a black widow come climbing at my head once. I'm sitting on my couch. Couch was against the wall. Front door was open because we were letting the dogs run in and out because our front yard was fenced in. And I'm sitting there and I'm working on my beadwork. I'm beading and blah, blah, blah. And my daughter Kayla comes in and she comes dramatically swooping into the living room, spins around and goes, Mama, what is that? And I'm like, what? And I look. And directly lined up with like my eyeballs was this large black round thing. And I'm like, that's really big. And she goes, oh my God, that's a spider. And she ran. Right. And I'm like, it is. And I grabbed one of those old baby food jars and I caught it. And that is the largest black widow I've ever seen in my life. The thing had to have been at least 2.5 inches long. And that was just its body. And I'm like, where did this thing come from? I swear there's nuclear leaks around here or something. And so I waited until John got home and I was like, hey, looky what I caught. He goes, oh, wow, that's cool. And I'm like, yeah, I thought you'd appreciate that. Now get rid of it. So he goes out to the back part of our property because it was all woods. And he opens the lid to the baby food jar just enough so that when the thing landed, the top would come off and threw the whole thing into the woods.
Oh, gosh.
Because John was allergic to bee stings, so a black widow bite would have affected him really badly.
Yeah.
So, yeah. But he used to catch wolf spiders, and I'm like, just don't catch a brown recluse, okay? Because with your luck, it'll kill you. But we used to catch wolf spiders in the house all the time, and he'd take them outside because they'd have all their babies on them. And that's the freakiest thing ever, because it looks furry, and then, like, it's in the little container. And I almost dropped the container and I caught it, but it jolted the spider and the babies fell off. So the spider like lost half its body weight and I'm looking and I'm like, oh my God. Merry Christmas, Paul.
Merry Christmas, Paul.
Merry Christmas, Paul.
And then all the babies ran back onto their mama and I'm like, oh hell no, get this away from me. I'm like, get this outside. Yeah. Yeah, I don't do spiders so well. Snakes I can handle all day long, but spiders, nope. There's too many legs.
I can't handle snakes.
I love snakes. But nothing should have that many legs. I don't like bugs. Yeah. And I'm sorry, I don't care who argues with me. Palmetto bugs are giant roaches. Okay.
They are. And they fly and they hiss.
And they're loud. You can hear them walking across linoleum. No, nothing that small should be that heavy. Okay.
And they're big time down in Florida. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, we have them here too.
Yeah. up here they want to call them water bugs, but they're palmetto bugs.
Yeah.
They're just big old. Oh no.
I remember the first time my daughter saw one. She was in the bathroom. She was just getting ready to take a shower, and she came screaming out of the bathroom, wrapped in a towel. And I'm like, "What are you doing?" And she goes, "There's a huge cockroach in there." And I'm like, "What?" And I go in there, and there's this very large black cockroach, and I'm like, "Ew!" I swear to God, I hit that thing 5 times with my shoe, and it would not die.
Right, and you're
I'm like, "John, where's?"
absolutely right,
I'm
Bobby.
like, I'm like, "John, where's the bat?" He goes, "Why?" I was like, "Cause I gotta kill this bug." He was like, "Come on." And yeah, he tried too, and it took forever to kill that damn thing. So
Yep.
yeah, I do not like them at all. Mm-mm. I had one get in the house here, and Miha took it as a personal challenge. She chased that thing all around the house. She finally landed on it and killed it, but damn. I'm surprised it didn't try and take off with my dog on its back, you know?
You think they would, as big as they are?
Yeah, crazy. That's why I don't get those people that bedazzle like with Swarovski crystals or real gemstones, roaches, and keep them as a brooch. I'm
Mm-mm.
not keeping a damn roach on a leash. What the hell? Kill that thing, you know? Precious stones have no business being glued to a bug.
Mm-mm. No. Mm-mm. They're
For me,
not
that
pretty. They're not
is
cute. Nothing.
yeah, that is definitely a fashion don't. I don't even like most bug jewelry. I don't like bees. I don't like jewelry with bees on it or a bee pendant or whatever, but and ladybugs. Ladybugs are all right.
Tania had one the other day, which she put in the craft lot because she noticed one stone was gone. It looked like a lightning bug because it didn't
Yeah,
really look like a bee, and they were trying to figure it out. And the way the body was, I think it was a lightning bug. You know,
oh, it's possible.
where
When
their
I
butts
worked
all light up.
when I worked for the catalog company, that got bought out. It got bought out by a company in Minnesota which owned Value Vision Television and which is a shopping network, and Montgomery Ward Direct.
Mm-hmm.
And Value Vision, one of their big name people that sold on their channel was Ivana Trump,
Mm-hmm.
Donald's first wife or whatever.
Right.
And some of that crap was so gaudy, but she had this one thing that everybody went ballistic over, and that was this big spider brooch. It was a crystal spider brooch, and it went for good money, and people were buying that stuff up like crazy. I'm like, y'all are nuts.
Well, Tania had a pretty. I thought it was pretty black spider brooch, and I bought that for my friend in Texas because her birthday's Halloween, and I
Yeah,
thought, oh, that'd be perfect for her to wear on Halloween because she loves wearing brooches and stuff.
yeah.
So I had gotten quite a few. I got 2 hummingbirds for me, which are on my stocking right now, and then I got Haley the unicorn because she likes unicorns,
Well,
and she's one of
Brandon had a
school.
spider brooch. The spider brooch that Brandon had looked exactly like the Ivana Trump brooch.
Oh,
I mean, they were almost, and I Googled Ivana's brooch because, of course, this was years ago. My son was only like 2,
right.
and I would swear, I mean, without being able to inspect them both side by side, I would swear it was the same one.
Hmm.
Um, Pretty cool though. I mean, all together, but I don't wear bug jewelry.
Yeah.
I never
Haley's
do
worn
bug.
her brooch a couple times to school, so now some other girls have started finding them and wearing them, which I think is pretty neat.
Yeah.
She had hers on this morning on her PJs.
God, I'm
She
tired. So damn
likes
tired.
the unicorns.
And I don't even know when my mom is going to be coming over today.
As soon as you lay down, go sleep. That's when she'll come
Yeah.
over.
Well, at least she's going to call me first.
Oh, there you go.
You know.
Because us moms have that kind of timing.
Yeah, she usually does. I'll just lay down on my phone. All of a sudden, I'll hear the Wicked Witch of the West theme, and I'm like, "Oh, Mom, really?" Because that's her ringtone on my phone is the Wicked Witch of the West.
When my mom and dad were alive, they lived next door, and my nephew lived with them, and me and him, we did not get along because he would steal from my dad, and
Yeah.
he was just hateful and mean to them, and and there's like, oh no, he helps. Yeah, he helped, but he also walked all over them and stole from them and everything. And he got mad at me one time because I voiced my opinion, and in the middle of the night he would call me and threaten me. And of course, it comes in mom, so I'm going to answer the phone, and I would call the cops, and
Yeah.
because he's threatened me over the phone. And this one cop said, well, just don't answer. I said, no. Anytime that phone says mom, I'm answering it because my mom and dad are over there, and I'm going to answer it because if they
Right.
need me, I'm going to be there. And finally, I'd had enough of it. I was like, you know what? We're just going to press charges and get this done over. I got so mad at my mama. I loved her dearly, but I was so mad. She went up there and took his side. He admitted to it, and she paid the fine, and he got
Wow.
away scot free. And I'm like, are you kidding me? So basically, he didn't learn a lesson from what
Yeah.
he's doing. And I told her, I said, the next time he calls me and threatens me, you won't have a nephew helping you.
My mom got mad because I wouldn't lie to cops. I'm like, all of my life you tell me don't lie. And then when I tell the truth, you get mad at me because I told the truth.
Yeah.
Because John had walked off with my daughter's dog. She actually bought the dog for John, but the kids got attached to the dog. So when she kicked him out, he left the dog there. But he went to turn around and try and talk to her again, and saw her just drop the dog out the back door, which was fenced in. But the way that she was handling the dog was like she was taking out on the dog. So
Yeah.
he jumped the fence, grabbed the dog, and shows up at my house with a fucking chihuahua in his arms. And I'm like, what are you doing here? And what is that doing here? And he's like, I just need to hang out here for a little while. I'm like, okay. And he told me what happened. I'm like, oh, again, because they were constantly fighting. And the next thing I know, my mom is knocking on my door. So I go out to talk to her, and she's like, he took the dog. I'm like, why are you involved in this?
Yeah.
She's over the age of 18. She needs to deal with her own business. And she's like, well, I want that dog. And I'm like, well, you're not getting it. If she wants the dog, she can come get it, or he'll bring it back. I'm like, but you don't need to be in the middle of it. She was living on her own, but she called my mother for help. And so then John comes outside and starts to walk away. He didn't have the dog with him. He left that damn dog in my house.
Oh,
And he starts walking away, and my mom actually grabbed the back of his tank top, and it tore. The entire back of the tank top tore all the way down to his waistband. And then he goes in and he's like, you know what, screw this. And he goes in, he gets the dog, and he starts to walk away with the dog. She tries grabbing onto him again. He spun away from her. He wasn't trying to, he never put his hands on her, but he did that whole spin thing where, you turn your back on them so they can't get a hold of you. And the dog's claws caught her on the arm. He didn't have any fingernails, and he wasn't wearing a watch, so it didn't happen. He didn't do it, even accidentally. But my mom's like, I'm calling the police. And I'm like, it's not even your dog. What are you going to call the cops for? And she's like, I'm bleeding. And he's like, look what you did to my shirt. And I'm like, oh my God. So she ends up calling the cops. She's like, I want to press charges. And John turned around and goes, I want to press charges too. And I'm like sitting here going, fuck. So then the cops come over and they're like, well, who is he to you? And I'm like, he is my best friend. And he's like, and who is she? I'm like, that's my mother. And they're like, who does the dog belong to? I'm like, my daughter. And they looked at me. I said, I know it's Jerry Springer thing. Please don't ask. And they're like, all right, what happened? And I told them exactly what happened. And my mom is sitting there going, officer, I want to tell you. And he's like, ma'am, I will get to you in a minute. And she's like, but I need to tell you. He goes, ma'am, you need to sit in your car or you're going to irritate me. My mother is not used to being talked to like that because my mother's always had money. And in my
Yeah.
mother's world, if you have money, you have privilege, and she should be listened to above anybody else. So my mother was not pleased. You should have seen the look on her face while she was sitting in the car. John, because of his record, was immediately handcuffed, even though he's the one with the torn shirt.
Ugh,
And he had no problem with that. He goes, if the 7 cops standing around me feel safer that I'm handcuffed, more power to you. So he just stood there, let him cuff him.
right.
And I told the cops what happened. And then they asked him, will you return the dog? And, will you let her give the dog to her mother to return? And he was like, yeah, fine, go ahead. He's like, but if she presses charges on me, I'm pressing charges on her. And my mother is all like, you can't press charges. I didn't do anything. And they're like, ma'am, did you rip his shirt? She goes, so what? It's a piece of crap shirt anyway. And I'm just like, oh my God. And my mom doesn't know how cops work. You know what I mean? Because
Right.
she just admitted to assaulting him. So I'm like, oh. So I go in, I get the dog, I hand it to her, and we were supposed to go visit my son at the foster care place like the next day. And I was like, what time are you picking me up to go see John? And she goes, you're going to have to find a different way to go see him. I'm not taking you. And I'm like, douchebag. I didn't do anything. So she punished me and my son. She went to go visit my son and didn't take me with her.
Ugh,
My mother and I had some issues at that point. Because what she was doing was because she didn't get her way. And because I didn't automatically side with my mother, who was in the wrong, it was not her business. She should not have been there in the
yeah.
first place. But because I didn't take her side and I told the truth of what happened, she got mad at me, and her punishment was so that I couldn't see my son. And
Yeah.
that's not right.
Well, Ryan being like he was made it hard for us because, Danielle and I would go over there once a week and clean mom and dad's house for them and stuff like that. And we were running and getting their groceries and everything, and which, no problem. But he just on and on, and he would get, being right next door, he'd get on his porch and start mouthing us because we always sat outside on the porch and just mouthing and cussing and this and that. And I'm like, are you kidding? And
Yeah.
he'd get mad and call the cops, and the cops would come and they'd get his side and get our side, and they always sided with us because they knew us, and
Yeah.
and all the years we've been here, we've never caused any problems and stuff. And it seemed like with him there, every time we turned around, there was a problem, but it was him. Bill even parked his truck over there one time because the windshield, the rubber part, it was leaking a little bit. So
Hmm.
he parked his truck under her carport, which she didn't have a problem with. He took a 2x4 and beat the windshield and busted the windshield all up and bent the cab of the truck. It was
Damn.
going to cost $2,400 to fix it.
Wow.
Mom just wrote a check. Say, here, go get it fixed.
That's
So
crazy.
basically, he didn't get any repercussions for that. So
Yeah.
he thought he could just do whatever he wanted. He's back down in Florida with his mama, which is so good.
Yeah.
But a lot of his problem is, he has a lot of anger issues, and he would get in trouble a lot at school. And Anna didn't want to deal with it, so she pulled him. She got tired of being called to the school, and she pulled him out of school in 8th grade, and was supposed to, homeschool him, but she was working 6 days a week and going to church 7 days a week. Hey, casual.
Hey,
So
casual. Merry
she never
Christmas.
dealt with him
Yeah.
or had any, no counseling, no nothing. So he just
Yeah.
been doing it all his life. And I'm not going to put up with that kind of stuff.
Yeah. It's called military school.
Well, he needs something, but he don't even live with her anymore because she won't admit it, but she don't want it around her either. She can't handle it, and she don't want to deal with it. Rhonda's probably crashed sleeping. She had finally found all her gifts, and a few hours ago only had 6 left to wrap.
Well, she was supposed to go to with her daughter. She was supposed to
Oh,
go over
well,
to her daughter's
she's probably with her daughter, and then she's gonna crash big time.
because she had said her daughter was supposed to be there between 10 and 11.
Oh,
So
okay.
she's probably at her daughter's eating and opening presents because that's where they were opening their presents.
Good.
But yeah, she's tired.
She did find all her gifts though, finally.
Yep, she did.
Took her all night.
Right? And we do mean all night. Yeah, she finally found that one that she was searching for, her daughter's present. She finally found that. I think she said at like 6 o'clock in the morning.
Oh my
So,
gosh.
yeah.
I wonder where she found it at because it wasn't where she thought it, She's like, I think it might be there when I said it might be by the wrapping paper. She said, that might be where it is, and it wasn't.
Nope. Who knows with Rhonda's
Uh, she's got
organized chaos
boxes
there.
everywhere.
Yeah.
That's what when I sent her the package I was sending her, I was like, now you got a package coming. Make sure you open it. Don't just sit it with the with the others because I
Right.
keep hearing everybody teasing her about opening packages.
Yeah. And now you know why.
Yeah, now I know why. Yeah. And Merry Christmas, casual.
Oh, I'm so tired.
Yeah, I had to get off because my medicine was kicking in, and it was starting to knock me out. So I had to go get some sleep. And then I got woke up to my little R trio coming through the front door. I was like,
Yeah.
okay, I'm awake now. I've been sleeping in my recliner because my shoulder, because when you go to sit up, you're pulling all those muscles in the upper body.
Yep.
And my chair, my recliner, it's a lift chair, so it kind of helps me get up without having to use those muscles so much because they're already balled up tighter than a tick. And I don't go back for dry needling until Friday. So I just don't know what we're gonna do yet.
Well, by the time my mom does get here, I'm going to be too tired to eat anything.
Or you're gonna eat and just crash because you're so full and tired from it.
Yeah, food coma.
That's what happened yesterday. We all ate, and everybody was I was sitting here fighting to keep my eyes open. And Taylor even asked me one time, she's like, Mom, are you okay? I said, yeah, I'm just tired. And Danielle's already laying on the couch, and the boys were getting sleepy because they were getting cranky. So they all went and Taylor had worked the night before, so she was really tired. She's like, you know what? We're just all gonna go take a nap. I was like, that sounds good. And I crashed until about 7. Zach and Haley were back there watching a movie, so they left me alone so I could sleep. They're pretty good about that. Merry Christmas, Lizzie.
Merry Christmas. I hope you had a happy Christmas, Lizzie. I've pretty much, aside from an hour and 45 minutes or so, I've been awake since yesterday, so I'm very tired.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very tired.
I think Papa J went to sleep up there. See, he's quiet. He probably went to sleep because I heard him yawn a little while ago.
Yeah, I'm okay, Lizzie. I'm just exhausted and having a hard time keeping my eyes open. And my back is sore because I've been sitting up for all this time. But I'm all right. Yeah. Well, my mom is insisting that she wants to come over after our family leaves, and they're probably just finishing up dinner now. And normally, like my aunt and anybody else that's over, they'll be gone by 3. So 2:30, 3 o'clock. It's like they eat and they run, you know.
And leave the
So,
cleanup for her.
no, nobody helps her.
Ugh.
My daughter and both grandkids live there. My son might try and help. I'm not too sure at this point with him. And I always try to help her clear, but they don't. My daughter and my grandkids don't do anything in the house. They don't help at all. So,
Sad.
yeah. I mean, my daughter and my granddaughter do their own laundry, and that's about it. which is why I had told her, especially as windy as it is out, I had, told her not to drive tonight, or this afternoon, but she like,
She's gonna do it anyways,
Mm-hmm.
just to see her Kodi.
Yep.
That's okay.
Well, she feels bad that I don't get Christmas dinner,
Yeah.
And I'm like, I can deal with it like the next day. It's fine. But she's like, no, you need to have Christmas dinner. Oh, okay.
Well, it'll make her feel better. So
Yeah.
sometimes
And
you have to overlook stuff.
if I argue about it too much, she'll think that I don't want to see her, and then she pouts. So, yeah.
Oh, now see, that sounds good, Lizzie. Sound all comfy with your fleecy.
There you go.
Rainer got a new blanket with a fox on it. He had to bring it in and show me.
Nice.
He said, now I got a comfy blanket too, Nana. He's so funny. And he gave me his Rainer snuggles today.
Yeah, I haven't heard from Issa either. I texted her last night and asked her to wish Talon a Merry Christmas. I haven't gotten a picture. I haven't gotten anything from her. So.
Oh, soon I'll blow up Facebook with a bunch of Christmas pictures. I always do.
Well, I have Issa blocked on my Kodi name, and I can't access my other one because instead of my password, they want a phone number, and I don't remember what damn phone number I had when I set that up. It was over 10 years ago. So, I'm like, thanks for that. So I can't access the other Facebook account I had.
Yeah.
So unless I make another Facebook, I won't be able to access any of her pictures. But she's got my number. She can send them to me direct from her phone. She does everything on her phone. So.
Right.
But. Yeah, Lizzie, me too. My eyes are overtired, and my allergies are kicking my ass in my eyes. They're all watery and burning, and I just want to close my eyes and go to sleep right now.
This weather's not helping stuff. Cold and hot. Cold and hot.
Yeah. And here it's cloudy right now and windy, and cloudy weather is perfect sleep weather.
Yeah.
I don't want to leave people hanging, though. I don't think anybody else has gone live.
They understand, though, Kodi. It'll be okay.
It doesn't mean that I can't start another one,
Right. Take a nap. Come back.
Yeah, I can do that. If nobody else is live, then I can always pop back on,
Merry Christmas, Christy.
Merry Christmas, Christy.
You nasty Ranny, that's not good either.
Yeah. I have no idea, Lizzie. Dust? Cobwebs? That would do it. The filter on my AC thing is clear, so it's not like buildup or anything. I just every once in a while my eyes get all icky and gross and irritated, and then I'll be fine for weeks, and then all of a sudden it'll happen again. So.
Oh, see, that's not good, darling. Ice I couldn't handle. Snow is better than ice.
Yeah.
Way much better than ice. We had snow ice storm here years ago. I can't even remember how long ago. I had just taken my daughter, well, my stepdaughter, to work at McDonald's, and we lived 10 miles outside of town in the country. Took her to work, got home, sitting there. I just got comfortable, and it was clear. Clear as all get out. And she calls me and she says, you need to come get me. We're closing because of the snow and ice. And I'm like, it's clear outside. I look outside and it was already covered big time. Needless to say, I don't drive in that stuff. And Bill was out on the road and I had to go back and get her. I went to turn left and my vehicle went right. Finally got it back on the road, got her, got home, and we didn't move. Power was out for 9 days. It was awful. All those kids in the house
Yeah.
for 9
No,
days.
no, Lizzie, no new cleaning products or scented candles or anything. This has been happening off and on for years, ever since I moved to South Carolina.
Maybe you're allergic to South Carolina.
I'm thinking. A lot of it has to do with eye strain too, because if I don't sleep and I'm in front of the computer all that time, whether I'm watching a movie or in a chat or whatever, it's strain on my eyes. So
Yeah,
yeah.
that will do it.
So I'll give it another 10 minutes, and if anybody has links or anything they want to drop, they can do that. I'll give it another 10 minutes and then I'm gonna shut it down. That way too, I won't be on live when my mom shows up.
Yeah.
I already left everybody hanging when I had to go wait for my neighbor to come over.
Oh, it
That
was all okay.
that took forever. And I think he did forget about me because I got out there and there was nobody outside. So I grabbed my phone and I called him and he didn't answer. But almost as soon as I hung up my phone, he come popping out the door.
Yeah.
I'm like, uh-huh, you forgot about me. So then he warmed up his truck and pulled over, and I got the lecture from him getting out of the truck all the way up my steps to my door, all the way back down the steps and back into the truck. And then he proceeded to tell me how stupid I am when he got back. I'm like, thanks, Merry Christmas.
Was he the one drinking the beer at 10 o'clock in the morning?
Yep.
Yep.
Hello.
Yep.
Pot calling the kettle black there.
Oh yeah, he's not supposed to drink. His doctor told him to stop smoking pot because his doctor thinks that it's interfering with his memory because he does have memory problems now since the brain surgery.
Right.
His boss told his doctor boss, yeah, his doctor told him he had to like quit everything. Yet he's still drinking. He's still smoking weed. I'm like, you under doctor orders and you're not listening. So why am I gonna? I didn't put out applications for a new daddy. I'm like, well, what the hell? And then when I tell him to tell his roommate, I said Merry Christmas. He's all, oh, he don't want to talk to you. You smoke too much. Well, aren't you sweet?
Maybe he's had just one too many beers this morning.
More like a 6-pack too many. The thing was, remember, I didn't hear the chihuahua. He did not take the chihuahuas with him because when he came out the door, I watched him come out the door. There were no dogs with him. Yet when he came over here, he had his dog, which means he also picked up beer while he was at the store, and he dropped it up in his house and let his dogs out before he came over here to bring me my cigarettes. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But he's also very frustrated because he was supposed to get some kind of check. I don't know what check he's talking about. It might be like a unemployment or something. Apparently he does not have direct deposit or something. But it was supposed to be here 2 weeks ago and he hasn't gotten it yet. So he's very frustrated he wasn't able to, because he's got grandkids, he's got kids. I mean, the kids are older and the grandkids range in ages. But I don't think he was able to get them anything, and I think that frustrates him because it's not like he's going to give the grandbabies free pot and pie. His kids may because they're all over the age of 21. But
Good night, Lizzie.
Night, Lizzie.
good night, Liz. Thank you. Happy Christmas dreams. No, I don't think he meant to say that I was stupid. I think he was trying to say the situation that smoking was stupid, and because of the alcohol in his system, it came out wrong. So I'm not really holding that against him. It's just it kind of put a damper on my mood, you know. I'm
Yeah.
like, especially when I was out of cigarettes and I was waiting and waiting and waiting.
And you
So,
always get grumpy without your cigarettes. So
oh yeah, I am a
now you
serious.
calm down. Look at the
I'm a, I'm a,
situation.
I'm a serious grumpy bear, but I didn't take it out on him back. I let it go, and you know,
There you go.
I really got to try and find one of the other neighbors to go to do my cigarette runs for me. Though those lectures are getting really annoying.
Will your mom do it?
Nope.
Oh, well then scratch that one.
Well, this neighborhood is not really the kind of neighborhood that I would send her to the store here by herself.
Okay, gotcha.
So, I
Yeah,
mean,
but when she's doing your
the
grocery
closest
pickup,
the closest gas station is it's only like 5 minutes away. It's right down the street, but crackheads hang out there
right?
and they beg you for money, and that kind of thing horrifies my mother.
Yeah,
And she would be one big target. They would see her and see money, and they'd zoom right in on that.
yeah.
So the only time I'll send her there is if my son can go with her. So yeah, no.
I don't blame you there.
Yeah.
But could she not do it when she does your grocery pickup? You know, when she gets your groceries, pick up a couple packs for
No,
you.
they don't sell Senecas at Walmart.
Oh, okay.
And I don't usually have cash. I use my debit card.
Gotcha.
Usually it's my PayPal debit card. Sometimes it's my disability debit card. And she doesn't have that with her because she lives across town. She goes to the Walmart by her house and then she comes over here.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Trying to help you figure it
Yeah.
out.
I mean, I do have Sarah. Sarah had said that she wouldn't have a problem going to the store for me. But the last time I texted her and everything, she like ignored my texts until I sent her the text that said, "Never mind, Donnie said he'd go for me." That one she read. So basically, she was looking at the first few words of the text without clicking on the text so that it would say read.
Right.
And that way I couldn't register that she had seen it. So she could say, "Oh, I didn't see it." But that last one came up as read. And I'm like, yeah, see, I knew you were ignoring me.
Uh-huh.
Okay, well, this may be a stupid question because, I don't smoke, so I don't know this stuff. Can you order them and have them shipped to you? Granted, you won't get them right away when you need them, but you could kind of know about when you need them to have them shipped to you.
Yeah, the problem is I usually don't have the money to do that at the time.
Okay, gotcha.
But yeah, there's places that you can order them. They'll cost you a little more, and then of course you have to pay for shipping, and then you have to wait for like 2 weeks, if not more, for them to get to you.
Oh, can't find them on Amazon.
No, they don't sell any tobacco products on Amazon.
Okay.
They
Well,
won't sell they don't sell vape pens under vape pen either. When I got my vape pen, um, the first vape pen that I got that on Amazon. It was under personal aromatherapy.
Oh, gotcha.
And I was like,
Okay.
aromatherapy doesn't have a mouthpiece. What are you talking about?
I'm just
So,
trying to think of ways to get it to you. Maybe before you run out or something.
yeah. Well, I mean, I'd like to go back to using the vape. I need something that the intake won't get clogged up like these did.
Mm-hmm.
And I think what Papa had said with getting like rubbing alcohol, which I looked and I don't have any. So I have to have my mom pick me up some rubbing alcohol, or if she has some at her house, bring me some. I think that if I
Right.
can put 2 drops of that in the tank, and just shake it and get all the gunk out of the holes,
Right.
because the holes that pull the vape in, those are what's all clogged up. And nothing is working to clear it. So,
Well, if we
although,
still had the vape that we confiscated from Haley last week, I would send it to you, but it got shattered and crushed into a million pieces.
yeah. So I mean, vaping in the long run is still cheaper than the cigarettes, and I can
Yeah.
cut down on the amount of nicotine that's in the vape juice.
Right.
So eventually I won't be putting any nicotine in my system at all, and then I can just quit.
This one used pods. You put it in the pods.
Yeah, I have one of those too, but I have a Vuse, VUSE, I have one of those Tina had sent to me. And
Yeah.
I could order the pods for those, but one pod is supposed to be equal to a pack of cigarettes, and the pods are like $6 a piece.
Hmm.
And I'm like, well, shit, that's not going to work because that's more expensive than smoking the cigarettes. I'm like,
Right. Well,
Whereas,
apparently we have a little store here that's selling to kids, minors. So,
that's not
yeah,
good.
no. And another kid bought it and gave it to her. Well, he got in way more trouble because he had more stuff. He had to
Yeah,
quit his job. He's not allowed to drive except to school and back. His brand new iPhone got shattered. All his vape stuff got shattered. So he got a whole lot more trouble than Haley. But he's the one that went and bought it,
yeah.
and
Well,
she
I
don't
mean,
have all that stuff.
the little, what is it, 10 milliliters, or how big is this little bottle? Uh, little bottle of juice that I have is, oh, my eyes are so bad I can't even read it. 10 milliliters. And that lasts me for quite some time. It lasts me a long time. So, and they only cost me like $2 a piece, 2.10, something like that. So it lasts a hell of a lot longer than a pack of cigarettes. That's for damn sure.
Yeah.
I mean, hell, that the bottle of juice. I had a half a bottle of the other one left, and I had a full one of this one, and I still have half a bottle of this one. So in like a month and a half or so, month and a week, something like that, I've used approximately like 10 milliliters altogether.
Okay.
So, $2 and something for the juice as opposed to $4 a pack,
Right. Makes
40
a
bucks a
whole lot more
carton.
sense.
Yeah. So,
Well, you
yeah.
get it
And I
figured
don't,
out.
when I'm working in my studio, I don't really want to have to stop and go to my door, open the door, have a cigarette, and I can vape while I'm working, and it won't affect any of the work. If I'm using something that's material, cloth material, or something like the cording or whatever, or leather
Right.
for cording, the smoke smell won't absorb into that. So my jewelry pieces, everything will be clean. You know,
Right.
because I know a lot of people don't like the smell, and I can understand that completely. So I would prefer vaping while I'm working, at least.
Well, you'll get
But
it figured out, and it'll work out.
yeah, I'll get there eventually. I was going to invest in a more, I don't know, expansive, I guess, I don't know, vape pen or something. Those mod things confuse me. I don't know what the hell's going on with those.
You have to change the coils and the cotton, and yeah, my
Yeah,
son-in-law has those.
I can
And
handle the vape pen. You put the tank on it, you fill it, you're good to go. You might have to change the coils on it, but
yeah,
you
there's a
know,
whole thing to the whole mod thing.
and yeah, so I just want to juice and go. You know what I mean? I'm like,
Right.
it's like gas and go. Boom, I'm good. But this month I have to pay my phone bill this coming month. So, and that's $83.
Huh?
I may be without a phone for a little bit. Because I do believe my son is still unemployed. If they were talking about how he didn't have gas money and they didn't have gas to be able to run over here, which
Mm.
I mean, he wasn't planning on coming over here anyway, so the not having gas could have just been an excuse. Um, whatever. But if money is that tight, that means he's not working yet, or he hasn't. If he is, he hasn't gotten paid yet.
Right.
You know.
Well, hopefully he's found something.
I hope so, because he gets very, very grumpy when he's not working.
Well,
Because it's frustrating for him to have somebody else support him, and him not be able to get, like, downloads or new maps or a new game or whatever when he has a whim to get one. When the new ones come out or whatever. So
yeah.
I'm like, well,
Yeah.
there's your motivation, baby. Get cracking.
Yep. I
And
know
he
around
eats
here there's a whole bunch of jobs because we have the Husqvarna plant, we got Tyson's, we got
Yep.
Certainty, Pilgrim
The
Pride.
the problem is too, he won't work at places like that. He won't work anywhere where he has to have any amount of human interaction.
Oh, you really don't have that much interaction because you're on a line. Yeah.
Yeah,
And You don't have time to interact.
He's a bit picky, and he's worked. I mean, his first job and the only job he's had. Well, the only type of job he's had. His first job was Wendy's, and he makes burgers. He's a
Oh,
fry guy.
okay.
He's the grill guy, and he worked there for years, and then he went to Jack in the Box because idiot that he let move in here worked at Jack in the Box and the pay was better. But then
Mm.
idiot quit his job and wouldn't take my son to work. So my son ended up losing his job because the other idiot quit. I'm like, well,
Ugh,
that makes you both idiots, you know? And then he went back
right,
to Wendy's, and then the Wendy's assistant manager got up in his face and was screaming in his face, and you cannot do that to my son.
right.
Um, and instead of hitting her in the face, he turned around and walked out. So basically, he turned around, walked out, and he quit. And now he's looking for something else. But like he won't work a register because he doesn't want to deal with customers. He just wants to be in the back making food. Everybody leave me alone, you know?
Right.
And
He needs one of those jobs where it's just him.
yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
So I mean, he can deal with other people as long as they do their jobs. My son, you know, we raised him that if you're gonna have a job, do it correctly, you know. And
Right.
he'll be sitting there and he'll be, flipping burgers, to coin a phrase. He'll be flipping burgers or doing whatever on the grill. And the chick in the freaking drive-through window will be like, "Can you get me cups? Can you get me this? Can you get me that?" He's like, "Get off your ass. You have no customers. Get it yourself." You know? But
Right.
everybody would constantly, and he's such a nice guy that he would go and do it. And, so he's ended up doing half of everybody else's job and his own. And then he'd get stuck with cleanup the whole night, at the end of the night. So he would get very frustrated that other people didn't have the same work ethics. The girl would be like, "Can you get me cups?" And then she'd be on her cell phone while she's working, not wearing
Well,
gloves.
and he's gonna run into that no matter where he goes, though.
I know, but you can't tell him that. You know what I mean?
No. The sooner
I
he
didn't like,
realizes, the better off he'll be.
I didn't like him working at Jack in the Box though, because they were dealing drugs out of Jack in the Box.
Yeah, that
And
wouldn't be a good thing.
even though he's on the grill, he can still get busted for it. So
Right. Well, I know
yeah,
like
they were
these
dealing meth
plants
out the
here.
drive-through window.
I know these plants here. You're basically by yourself on the line doing your part.
Yeah,
You know.
I know what plant work is. I know what
Yeah.
factory work is. But I can't tell him anything because I don't know anything. So
Danielle and Taylor Danielle, Taylor, Job, and Chase all work out in Certainty. Danielle and Taylor are the main ones that have interaction with people because they're in the guard shack, and so they check in the trucks and stuff like that. And Danielle's during the day, so she has a lot of the trucks and paperwork and making sure people sign in and sign out and that kind of stuff. And Taylor works 5 to 5 at night, so she has some interaction, but not that much. A lot of
yeah.
times she sits out there in between her rounds and wraps presents for me and watches movies and
Yeah, he
plays
really wouldn't have
games.
he actually wouldn't have a problem working security,
Yeah.
but it's just finding jobs around here that he could do that with, and there's really nothing because he doesn't drive, and the buses
Oh,
only run to certain points, and his roommates work different hours, and they only have one vehicle, so
right.
you know,
Uh,
yeah. So he's kind of painted himself in a corner, but he'll find something eventually. I mean, fast food
yeah.
places are always hiring,
Yeah.
and if he could work stock crew at he did apply at Walmart, and he fucked up the interview.
Uh,
Because he's got a mouth and he was stupid. But there's Target, and right near where he lives, there's Target, there's Home Depot, there's PetSmart, there's all kinds of stuff that he could work a stocking shift or something. But
mhm.
I don't know if he's applied to those places. I don't know because I can't discuss it with him. He'll shut down
Right.
because he feels like he's getting harped on. You can ask him one question and he feels like you're harping on him. So, bye,
Bye,
Bobby.
Bobby. Have a
Have a
good
great
day.
day.
Bye, Bobby.
And then all you'll get out of him are grunts and attitude, and that's
Yeah.
never pleasant. So,
Trust me, I
he's,
understand all that.
yeah, he's gonna do what he's gonna do, and I mean, I could seriously use the $200 help every month, but it's really not his responsibility to help his mother, you know. So I just got to get cracking and start making some jewelry and see how it goes, you know.
Yeah.
I
It'll
mean,
happen.
I'd rather support myself than have my kids help support me, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But when it comes right down to it, he did abandon me basically in this house with all the bills with like almost no notice. I had like 3 days notice and he moved out, you know?
Yeah.
So I'm like, well, bye then. I mean, he had agreed to stay here and help me with bills and help me out and then went back on that. So
Yeah.
although it's less stressful here, even though I'm by myself and there's some stuff that it frustrates me I can't do, it's still less stressful now that he's not in the house because his attitude was just causing such a negative energy in this house that I was very uncomfortable, you know, and it added to my depression, which was not a good thing, you know. You don't need
Mhm.
anything else compounding on top of severe depression. So I was
Right.
like, go away, you know. At the end
And
there, I was, huh?
now that he's out of the house too, that it helps with you guys. Because a lot
Yeah,
of times when you're around each other too much, that's when it causes a lot of problems. But now that you're not as on edge and everything, and he's, when he comes to visit, it's probably better than when he was staying there.
yeah. He doesn't come to visit, and he doesn't stay that long. He comes
Well,
here. He comes here with a purpose. He has something either he needs to find in his stuff, or at the beginning of the month he'll come and pick up my debit card and take it to Walmart and get my rent money off it. And he's usually not here for more than 15 minutes.
okay.
So, yeah. But at least he's not grunting at me anymore. I count that as a win. Yeah.
All right.
So, and while he is here, we actually have conversations, you know, and his tone is better. So that's a good thing.
That's a start.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's better than what it was. But at the end there, I was at the point where like, you know what, just move out, go somewhere, do something with yourself.
Yeah.
You know, you're being such an asshole. I can't deal with you in this house anymore. Just go. Stop telling me you're leaving and get the fuck out. You know, like
Yeah.
go away. Because
Stop talking, start doing.
yeah, I get to the point where it just gets so aggravating. You cut off your nose to spite your face. Yeah, I
Yeah.
didn't care how much. I didn't care how much financial help I needed. I was like, get the fuck out. So, and then one day he's just like, oh, by the way, I'm moving out on Tuesday, and that was on like a Saturday or something. And I'm like, really? Okay. Like, the hell?
Well,
So
you did tell him to get out.
no, I only said that every time he was like, I can't wait to move out of here. I'm like, try now.
Okay, I gotcha.
He'd give me lip and I'd give it back to him because I'm not putting up with that shit from my kid. I put up with a lot of his crap, and just because I did need the help, and if I don't have it, I'm pretty much screwed. So
Right.
but my heat's been coming on more, so that bill's going to be higher this month. You know what I mean? The water bill's still going to be the same. It'll still be low unless I have another leak.
Right.
But the electric will be up higher because of the heat kicking on more.
Yeah.
But
My bill only went up $1 from the heat use.
well, that's good.
It's a pretty efficient little machine. So
Yeah, mine'll probably go up like between 20 and $40.
Mine will stay the same because it's levelized,
Um,
which is good because in the summer, my gas bill was usually like $30 because the stove and the hot water heater, and then in the winter it was like $300 or $400. So I levelized it, and it just makes it so much easier.
yeah,
and I can't get subsidized anything for the bills because they're not in my name, and
Right.
ESA makes too much money to qualify. So
Hmm.
and I have paid the bills in full every month for well over a year. I've made sure that all the utilities and the internet have gotten paid in full, so that we're copacetic.
Yeah.
I don't owe anything. The rent is paid in full. But I stress because I'm like, what if I don't have enough? And So, yeah, I just got to get off my ass and get back to work behind the torch and see what I can do.
Mm-hmm.
See if I can make stuff that people actually want to buy.
Right.
So,
Lisa had a real pretty piece yesterday. I can't remember what it had. Like 4 different stones on. I know one was amethyst, and there was
Yeah,
3 others.
that
It was
big
real
piece.
pretty.
Yeah, that big piece was the ocean jasper, amethyst, mystic topaz, and now I forgot what the fourth one was.
Yeah, that was pretty.
Yeah.
Very
oh,
pretty.
I did test that mystic topaz on the necklace and earring set. That who the hell sent it to me? Fuck. Oh, Key and Kim. Key and Kim sent it to me from Lisa. And yeah, the mystic topaz are lab created. They came up as glass.
Yeah.
But they're still gorgeous. I mean, the colors on them are stunning. And the chariot is
Oh, damn.
real. That's real,
I
So
was wondering why I was feeling weird, and my blood sugar's 59.
oh my god, eat something.
Guess I better get to the kitchen.
Yeah, you go get that taken care of.
Seriously.
I'm gonna grab one of my tablets here before I try to stand up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely. Don't pull a Larry on us there, Papa J.
No, don't want to do that.
Don't want to have to worry about you too. Stop it.
Well, I know my body knows. I can tell when I'm getting low. That's why I keep
Yeah.
my glucose tablets right here by my bedside.
Good.
Yeah,
How are
that's
your
like I
legs
can,
doing?
It's better. It's not hurting as bad as it was earlier this morning, but
yeah, I'm pretty in tune with my own system at this point. Like when my blood pressure starts acting up, I know, okay, time to take meds.
Right, darling? No wonder he was quiet. Now we know why.
Yeah.
That
well,
blood sugar was low.
I had laid down to get my leg elevated again.
Oh, okay.
Just yelling across the room, and I dozed off a little bit. So I'm
See,
sitting back up now and being an alert human.
I even said you probably went to sleep because I heard you yawn there at one point.
Hey, I've almost fallen asleep sitting up here a couple of times.
Oh,
I'd
I
believe it.
can fall asleep sitting up easy.
Yeah.
I believe it.
Ugh. Yeah, I got 16 people lurking, wandering
16
around.
people still?
Huh?
16 people still?
Yeah. Swinging from the rafters.
They're just listening to us babble.
Uh huh.
Well, you two for a while. Anyway.
Well, it's always good to have somebody to bounce off talking to.
It is. I hate doing shows by myself. Papa rescues me all the time.
Yeah.
Well, I thought I'd jump on and help you some today.
Thank you. Kathy said she was saving her airtime for my show, yet she's not here.
Well, she was wrapping gifts for her mom, so she may be just spending time with her mom.
Well, I suppose that's allowed.
Yeah. We'll let her slide today.
And Kevin had said that he was going to go on sometime today too. So, but he never said what time. So I don't think he knew what time he was going to do that.
Don't know. It's just kind of easier sometimes to talk instead of doing the typing on the phone.
Yeah. Well, typing for me is painful where I don't have my gabapentin.
Right.
It hurts my hands. So
Bonnie, what do you think about my inspirational Facebook posts?
I hadn't been on Facebook today,
Uh,
but I will look at it because I got a whole bunch of pictures to post.
It's some
But
nice
I like your good morning ones.
Yep. It's just something I've gotten into the swing of doing.
I like that. I always do Toby Max every day. I share those every day.
One thing that I stopped doing, well, on the 33rd anniversary, I stopped doing the good nights to Bettina at the
Yeah.
6 o'clock hour. But
Darlene, you don't have to have any certain number of subscribers to go live if you use StreamYard. I think you have to have 100 if you use just YouTube. Like you're not going to have anybody up on your panel.
yeah,
I think you have to have 100 subscribers to use YouTube to go live. But if you use StreamYard, you can go live at any point in time. I don't know about a premiere because I've never done a premiere, so I don't know if there's a subscriber cap that you need or whatever.
I don't think so.
But I know I had under 100 subscribers the first live that I did. So, and I used StreamYard. I've actually gained a few subscribers. I was like 3 away from 260, I think it was.
Oh, there you go.
I don't know what I'm at now.
Well, you're now at 93, Darlene, so you don't
I'm
have
at
to anymore.
261. I broke this 260 barrier. I'm at 261. Woo, woo, woo. Go
There
me.
you go.
Okay, Darlene, you have 3 channels. So either somebody's spoofing you or something's going on.
Well, I mean, I looked up my name once when I was working at the catalog company because I had somebody call in an order and they gave the same name as me, and I'm like, what? But they actually lived in Texas, I think it was, and so I actually did a general search, and in the catalog company, we had 7 people with my exact name, right down to middle initial.
Ugh.
I'm like, are you kidding me? I didn't know there were that many people with my name. I mean, first, last, and middle name.
There's another Bonnie R. Worley down in Florida, so it was a little rough when I was living down there. And then I had somebody in the middle of the night would call wanting Bonnie V. Worley, or they would just ask for Bonnie Worley, and I said, this is her. And they said, no, you're not. And I was like, yes, I am. I said, which one are you wanting? I said, this is Bonnie R. Worley. And
Do
they
you
said
have
they
any
want me.
videos at all yet, Darlene?
Yeah, I did that Credit Karma thing once to just for shits, grins, and giggles. My credit is crap, but it had me listed as having lived in either Cross Point or High Point or something, Maryland. I've never even been there. I don't even know where it is. I'm like, what? I've never lived there. I don't know what you people are talking about.
Yeah. Well, that person called like 3 times in the middle of the night, and I kept telling him I was not the Bonnie he was wanting. And finally, Bill answered the phone, and well, needless to say, they never called back again.
Oh,
Well, that makes sense, Darlene.
Yeah.
so the one you're using now is the one with your unboxing from Picky Nicky 2 months ago, I assume.
You don't have the go to channel option, do you?
No, it still doesn't give me that.
Yeah, from the one she's using right now, she's got 3 videos on that one. And yeah, the unboxing from Picky Nicky was on there.
Yeah, that's the one that has 93 subscribers now because I just subscribed to that one. I was subscribed to one of her older ones.
Yeah. I'm already subscribed.
The picture on the newest one is a little bit clearer than the other 2. So.
I was already subscribed.
I didn't know that she couldn't get to that whole channel and wasn't on it anymore.
Yeah, I've never set up a Premiere, so I have no idea how to do that and don't know what the requirements are for it.
Robin would know for sure.
Yeah, Robin would know. Robin's done Premieres.
Yeah.
She charges for technical advice.
She does not.
According to her menu she put out, it does. She does.
But I don't think that's just like to ask a question like that. Like, do you need a certain amount of subscribers or whatever?
Yeah. But she,
I don't
but
know.
she,
I
she
didn't
can
look at
do one-on-one teaching.
I didn't look at her price plan. Oh, now she can get
Oh,
to her
there
other
you go.
channels. There you go.
Oh, cool.
Yay.
Yeah, but you can probably see them and look at them, but you can't actually get into them. And
I just have two. This one and my Scrapper Boo one.
I have one. It's this one. How are you feeling now, Puppet Day?
I'm feeling great.
Yeah. Did you check your sugar again?
Not yet. It'll take that stuff a couple minutes to do something.
Okay. Just checking.
Yeah, I definitely don't want to stand up yet, though.
No.
Not at that level.
No. He'd be down on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
And that wouldn't be a pretty sight
Mm-mm.
because I haven't unlocked my door yet, and EMS wouldn't be able to get in and pick me up.
If I fell, they'd have to get my lift out of the dining room and lift me up. Because I came home with a lift after breaking my hip.
The last time I fell was last year, and that was out in the parking lot. The firefighters had to roll me over onto this big tarp thing that they had. I'm up to 73 now.
It's going up. That's good.
They had to roll me over onto this tarp and then lifted me up onto a stretcher, carried me to the hospital.
Hmm.
They did. They ended up doing, I think, 3 CAT scans on me and or CT scans. Luckily,
Yeah,
nothing broke. Just
that's a good thing.
lots of bruises.
The last time I fell was before John died, and we had to have paramedics come in and help me off the floor.
Well, the one before I broke my hip, I did the butt scoot out the front door. And then, at the top of the steps, and that way my legs were down at the bottom of the steps. And my son-in-law, of course, Taylor and my son-in-law living next door, it makes it easier. Taylor would get behind me to push me up, and Job would just kind of lift me up, and then I'd walk up the steps and come back inside. Because it's kind of hard, my feet are fused, my knees are replaced, and then the no elbow. It's kind of hard to get up.
Yeah.
Right.
But now I have, that last time when I broke my hip, I was right outside Zach's door when I fell, and I'd heard the pop, but I wasn't hurting at the time. And I told him, I said, go get Taylor and Joe, because I was gonna, while he was getting them, I was gonna start butt scooting out the front door, and I went to move, and it's like, oh no, not moving. And they came in. I was like, you might want to call the ambulance because I'm not getting up from this one.
Yeah.
So needless to say, we went to the hospital and had to have my hip fixed.
Yeah, the time before that I fell was at the house that my son and I were renting when we moved out of here for a year.
Mm-hmm.
And the chair, actually, it was an office chair, and the one wheel broke off it, and so the whole thing went out from underneath me, and my ass hit the floor. The chair hit me in the back of the head, and I'm sitting on the floor in a corner with all my craft stuff around me. I had no room to maneuver.
Oh no.
Because basically my crafting table was in front of me, and all I had to do was spin the chair completely around, and I could reach everything I needed. That's how close everything was.
Right.
So I had to combat crawl under my craft table over to where I had one of the kitchen chairs in my room and try and haul myself up on that. And I have really bad knees, so kneeling was excruciating. And I got about halfway across the room combat crawling, and I was so frustrated. I almost just started to sit there and cry because My son didn't hear me fall. His room was at the other end of the house, and he was asleep. He would have never heard me if I called for
Yeah.
him.
Mm.
So, and I'm sitting there, I'm like, you know what? Crying's not gonna do you a damn bit of good. Just get it the fuck over with and get off the fucking floor. So I made myself angry, and I managed to get back off the floor.
Yeah.
But that was before leg amputation. Now that would be a lot more difficult.
Right.
So,
Oh, cool. One of
oh,
my
yeah.
one of my favorite artists is doing a Home Alone Christmas party on YouTube in a second.
Cool.
There you go.
Puddles Piddle Party.
All right, you gonna be okay, Papa J?
Yeah, I'm fine now.
All right. I
Yeah,
didn't want to
I
end it.
wasn't I wasn't as bad as Larry.
Yeah, I didn't want to close it down with you being in question. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Even though I don't have any way to call help for you, still, at least there's somebody here. You know what I mean?
Well, even if you did, they wouldn't be able to get in my door.
Yeah.
Oh, they'd get in. Might not like the results, but they'd get in.
Right. All right, everybody. I'm gonna end this for now. I know I said I was just gonna keep going, but I'm exhausted because I was on Rhonda's channel all damn night.
Yeah, you need to get some rest.
Yeah.
And I don't know when my mom is gonna be coming over, so I'll probably be asleep for like a half an hour. My mom will call me.
Well, you go get some rest, and we'll all be fine.
Yeah.
Merry
And
Christmas, everybody.
if I come back and someone else is
Merry
live,
Christmas, Bonnie.
yeah. Merry Christmas, guys. If I come
Everybody
back
in
and
the
there's
chat.
if I come back and there's nobody else live, then I'll probably start a new live stream. Other than that, I'll just pop on someone else's. You know.
Yeah. Lisa will be on later this afternoon, I think at 4.
Yeah. But her hangouts all turn into auctions. So
Yeah, I mean, yesterday she was just doing a show and tell, and next thing you know, everybody's buying it. I want that. I want that.
yeah, I'm not real big into auctions today. I'm not in the mood for that. You know.
And then I said she had a hematite rosary, and then I said, well, come January, if you still got that, I'll get it. She ended up giving me that for a Christmas present, and
Oh, that's sweet.
then she come up with this, because she knows I'm a softy for gunmetal, anything.
Yeah.
So she brings out this gunmetal titanium ring, just surprisingly in my exact size.
Wow.
That's has 2 bands of blue and black graphite rings inlaid around it.
Sweet.
And Willow ended up buying that one for me.
Aw. That's very sweet. I mean, I love it when people buy things for other people and they gift them, or you know, or the host says, you know what, you like this, I'm gonna send it to you. You know what I mean? For the person that helps them mod or whatever. I love it when the community gives to each other. It makes me feel so good, even when they're not giving it to me, which makes me feel even better. But because I'm not shy, I like prezzies, you know.
Yeah.
But
I'm still blown away by all the stuff that Marzina sent me for that shipping mistake.
yeah,
I mean, you know, one little thing I would have thought, but you know, 3 items, and one of them is a super heavy sterling silver necklace. I said, whoa.
Mm. All right,
yeah.
well, Cody, you go get some sleep.
Yep.
I'm gonna get off of here, or
And
we
I'm
just keep
gonna go-
chatting and chatting.
And I'm gonna go to the kitchen and get some real food to top off those tablets.
Be careful.
I will.
All right. Thank you
Bye,
for coming,
everybody.
everybody. I hope everybody has a happy holiday. Stay safe.
Bye, everybody.
We will talk to you guys all later. Bye.
Show you my ugly face to say bye.